This is the case of half-sisters Carla Sue Adkins, age 14, and Vicki Lee Stout, age 16. They went for a walk on September 17, 1980, a warm Wednesday afternoon in Dover, Tennessee, land between the lakes, which is a small, quaint town and remains so to this day. They walked Highway 79 to IGA and then to a small convenience store called The Furnace. They were last seen talking to a male in a blue truck as the girls were walking back towards their home. When they didn't come home, they were reported missing.
I think I called and they said they hadn't come back, and then that's kind of when we started to panic. Then you realize something really bad's happened, but what's happened?
3 weeks later, that proved to be the cold truth. Carla and Vicki's bodies were found by hikers just miles from their home in a wooded area. They were partially covered and not far from each other, both receiving gunshot wounds to the head. They had been murdered.
The phone rang, and I answered it, and it was my Aunt May, and she was just crying, and she said they found the girls.
40 years have gone by with no answers as to who murdered them.
They're going to find who did this, wrap it up, and it's done with.
While that question has remained unanswered for 40 long years, there is a renewed sense of hope that their families will finally find the answer to those questions, or at least the who.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to your Raging Tomato. All of my little tomatoes in the house. I love to see you all in the chat, nice and bright and early. Like little tails on a bunny. You guys are just active and ready to go. So thank you for coming back for more. You guys just can't seem to get enough. Uh, Word of the wise to the wrenches, please be on high alert tonight. I know I said it in the chat, but I'm going to say it verbally so that you can actually hear me. Trolls have been stupendously out there, especially this last week between me, Based Oracle, and Mel from Cold Truth, folks. So she's getting it on her end as well. So keep up the wrenching. You know who to kick. Anybody that says Sarah sucks or what or Based Oracle's whatever weird stuff, except for Based Oracle, we like him. But all of those weird ones, get rid of them. We don't want them here. Yes, Based Oracle. Somebody say my name. Anyway, so let me go ahead and say hello to everybody in the chat, including people from Mel's End on Cold Truth. We've got lots of people coming in. We've got Doug the Thug Fist, P. Fletch as well. Welcome back. Gray Pill Podcast. Unbeknownst to me, originally, is a connector between the two of us. So we've got GP on the Cold Truth side. We've got Primal Studies back again for more. Burn after reading Alive. I don't think he likes me yet. We've got Steve. I see you there. Welcome back, my friend. Mama Tomato, guys, the one, the only, my biggest fan, the one who's always here from start to finish, Mama Tomato. I love you, Mom. Sultana, I hope I said that right. Welcome as well. Who else we got? Monica Foster. Glenn Lawrence back for more, and I think he's excited for this one. Looks like he wants to hit the panel later. And folks, we will open the panel later on after we get through our questions and interrogatories for each other. Where were you the night of May 1st? Stoneballs back again. Templar, welcome, my friend. I think I got all of you. And Grandma, sorry. I love that name. And I love that name, especially because my dad is a pop and we call him Papasaurus. So it works. I love it. Yes, all the homies in the chat. I'm so glad and thankful everybody's here. But most importantly, I'm most thankful that Mel from the Cold Truth is here to join me tonight. Mel, welcome.
Hello.
Welcome to the Manosphere.
Yeah.
So far, it hasn't been very welcoming, has it?
Oh, it's been enlightening. I'll tell you what, I found some people I'm gonna be keeping an eye on. They might end up on the other side of the genre, as in I am going live because they've committed some type of heinous
Oh
crime.
my god.
Just
And
want to say
totally,
that.
totally believable. I can see that
Yeah.
one happening. Oh man, so I don't even know where to start. I feel like we got off on a rough foot there in the beginning for a hot second.
And that's the beauty of, sometimes the most unexpected things. I felt led to put that comment because I really wanted, and I was intentionally graphic because
Mhm.
that's what true crime should be like. And the do's and don'ts are pretty simple when you keep the victims, when you keep like victim centered
Right.
and trying to understand the mind of killers and say that like all of the different things as far as the research and the study that has gone into these types of
Mhm.
minds, like the violent minds. But yeah, that's pretty easy. It's just like, would you say this in front of that murdered child's mother?
Oh,
And that
yeah.
keep this really good like way to weed out the really crappy true crime content because they're all just clickbait and
Well, you know what's funny
sensationalism.
is, because you commented on Based Oracle's stream.
I did. I didn't
Mhm.
know who any of you are. That's
And
one that I was sent.
well, that's okay. I just so happened to come and see it, like, because I
Oh,
swing by
I
and I
gotcha,
saw
gotcha.
yeah, Based and I, we're cool, we're homies.
I
We're
was
not friends
confused by
according to
that.
his last stream. We don't say we're friends, but we're cool. We're colleagues now, I think. We're chill,
I
right,
thought he
babe?
had some great things to say, him
Yeah.
and the other guy, Glenn, I think.
Yes,
I
Glenn
read that
Lawrence.
after I made that comment because I was just sent like a time span of like when he was on.
Oh.
Art of Dejection, Frank. And,
Mhm.
so after a minute, I went back and listened to the whole thing, and I'm like, "These people got his number even before I even said a word." I mean, they
Yeah.
were already, like, Based Oracle and, like, Glenn were like I think it was Based Oracle that said the, cognitive dissonance, and I was like, "Okay, they got his number," and then Glenn
Yeah.
said that about
They're pretty
was your
good.
partner here, so
I'd
you're
say,
already kinda questioning what was really going on.
right, and I'd say, we always have a pretty solid panel all the time. Oh, wait, yeah, no, I'm muted on that end. We always have a pretty solid panel, but the one thing is when new people join and you haven't interacted, they're going especially in this sphere of the internet and this YouTube community, they will tear you down, and maybe not in a derogatory, hateful way, but they will tear you down into pieces because they wanna get to know you, and they'll call you out for things that they're recognizing or, things to that nature, and the men are really good at it. So,
But are
it
they?
well, these guys that I know, I feel like they're a pretty solid crew.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the
Oh, the one
gangrene
we
guy.
call
I was
Gay
like
Star, Gay Star, we call him Gay Star over here in these parts.
yeah.
But he,
I've got my eye on that guy now. I know
yeah,
you're
he as
probably
you
listening.
should. He's got a weird obsession with me, as you have discovered.
Yeah.
And but the guys, like, the same panelists, all those same guys have called him out, Gay Star for that, yeah, Gantard. They got all sorts of, nicknames for him. Yep, he coined it. Thank you, Based. But they've got all sorts of, ways that they kind of can break a man down, and that's what this sphere kind of does because guys come in trying to pretend that they're a man and I'm a manly man and I can out alpha you and then they say it and then it's like, "Okay, that was stupid. Why'd you say that?" But they're awesome. They're an
If you
awesome
gotta
crew.
say it, you probably aren't
Thank
it.
you. Thank
Just
you.
saying.
Exactly. See, another female gets it. See, we understand it too. We understand all the differences and stuff, but in that instance, though, I recognized after, of course, who we're talking about. We'll get a little more into that later, but I recognized
Mhm.
what was going on and seeing actual behaviors that aligned with what was being said. But my first thought when I started reading your comment was that you were another one of these trolls. because the way it was, because they like to bring up my daughter a lot. And it's
Yeah.
really gross. And they bring her up in weird, gross ways. And, of course, they get blocked and banned and reported and all that fun stuff. But as I was reading it, I was imagining like whoever that person was on the other side was at first talking about my daughter. And I'm like, oh my God, this, like, my heart sank until I got to the end and realized, I was like, oh, she's talking about something completely different.
Yeah.
It's not my
Sorry, I
kid.
was giving you a heart attack.
Like, okay, but I've run into a lot of that. So that's why it was my initial first thought.
Right.
But so I know your people are watching and they know who you are, but
Yeah. Hi,
my
guys.
people have no idea who you are.
Yeah, I'm Mel Cold Truth. I've been true crime before it was a genre in 1985. My
Oh,
aunt was
really?
murdered. Yeah. I didn't attend. I had a very strange, let's leave it at that, childhood. So didn't attend actual school. I was homeschooled, or like I like to call it, no schooled, because we didn't really do anything.
Oh, wow.
But if I was good in a week, I got to go to the library. So when my aunt was murdered by a stranger and just
What?
like, yeah, he kidnapped her from a bar, and she was found about 10 days later, I think. In my mind, I thought it was months,
It's
but
stressful. I'm
of
sorry.
course, the main suspect is the spouse, and they
Mhm.
were kind of separated and working on getting back together. So it was just like, I felt, as a kid, I felt like everyone was thinking like we're the family of a murderer.
Oh my
But yeah,
God.
he killed himself. He came to her funeral and like did a bunch of weird things at her funeral, and
Mhm.
then went hunting with a buddy or a nephew or something, and then pointed the gun at him, was like, I killed her. Go tell them, and I'm ending it all. And turn the gun on himself. But he didn't do it very well, so he did actually lay out there and kind of suffer till they found him. And at the
Oh,
time, my family thought, "Oh, we didn't really get justice. We didn't get closure. We didn't get, for him to see his day in court."
mhm.
Fast
Yeah,
forward
I'd
to
imagine
now.
that would be kind of a piece to it, right?
Mm, you'd think, but fast forward it to my understanding now. Fork that. Like
Work that.
because he would be out, and like it the justice system it's not really based on like the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. It's really of
Mhm,
like what can be proved in a court of law
mhm.
and what side argues the best pre-trial, that gets suppressed or can't be brought forward to a jury. And two experts with opposing opinions
Mhm.
that okay, well, now the jury is like, well, which one presented their information better to you? Who did you like better? Who presented the better story? Like, so even things that should be no brainers end up being still up to a jury to decide between this psychologist and that psychologist about confessions, this ballistics expert or this ballistic expert about a casing or an unspent bullet or which I know, yeah, unspent bullets not, but they do with the ballistics. So yeah, it's just like, yeah, I don't know.
So
It's
you
just
think, like,
a
the
lot.
technicalities behind a lot of it
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
essentially what's gonna be a yes or no for if they did it or not?
Yeah. And the burden of proof is on the state. And if they screw it up, we ought to be calling them out.
Wow.
Murderers getting out on a technicality or that you didn't do your job properly. No, no,
Right.
no, but it happens a lot. And then there's also people that are absolutely innocent. And especially with the advancements in DNA, that are a prosecutor's ego gets in a way of like, hey, this is a dude that he wouldn't take a plea. I'm not going to say I did that. And
Mhm.
over 30 years, they've maintained their innocence and they request for the DNA to be done because of advancements. And a prosecutor just holding on his ego won't submit that. that's bullshit, you
So,
know?
like so you mean, like, they get a prison sentence, and maybe there wasn't DNA done back then, but then it
Yeah, because
you know, 'cause it was
the
too
testing didn't
far
exist.
yeah, and
Yeah.
then now they're requesting it, and then the prosecutors won't allow it?
Yeah, they're just finding ways to, delay, and then by the time a judge finally is like, "No," if this can exonerate or prove without any doubt, if this ends up
Mhm.
being his, then they'll eventually, sign an order for the DNA to be ran, and then what do you know? Not the killer after all, you know?
Wow. So, let me take it back a little more because you were explaining, the death of your aunt, correct?
Yes.
Um, and and because of that, like, that turned you kind of into the interest of, like, true crime, or how did that spin from that?
Well, like I said, I didn't have a conventional schooling, so if I was getting a week, I got to go to the library, and as soon as my mom would leave, I would beeline it for the psychology section and the nonfiction, and to the point where I would I obviously couldn't check them out. I mean, I started doing this when I was like 7 or 8 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, back then, dropping your kid off at the library was just no big deal. Like, my
Really?
mom's fine with it, but I mean, I knew the librarian, so it was fine. But yeah, I would go hide in those sections and read and just like trying to understand. I've always been one that asked questions. Like, I would have a list of questions that I would think of in the week that I was away from the library because that was really my only connection to uh,
Like,
True,
kind of
just
like our internet,
information, yeah.
right?
I grew up in, like, a really, um I consider it in the cult genre
Mhm.
of Christianity, but it's, like, fundamental Baptist.
Oh,
So
really?
mhm.
Now, do you think that kind of spun the web in terms of, because I guess reading something like what you were interested in would have not necessarily been considered okay per
Mm,
se. I mean, in any type of, like, Bible Belt region or anything like that, it would have been considered uh like, Baptists are probably the more strict of what you can and can't do in a lot of different things, like, even down to drinking coffee or watching certain TV shows or things like that. So do you think that that kind of developed that secret kinda taboo? Like, "Oh, this is wrong, so therefore I wanna indulge in it," or did it strictly come from just your curiosity?
I don't think look, I see your point of what, like, most people, if I really think about it, like, they're probably like, "Oh, well, serial killers are just demon possessed," and, like, leave it at that because like, there's no that I still it's like I run into that. It was like, once you're saved, like, oh, everything's supposed to just disappear, nature,
Mhm.
nurture, like all of that is irrelevant. Now you have Jesus in your heart and you're a totally different person. And there's no but yeah, no, I don't think for me it was like a taboo. It was just a true like, why? Like I don't understand like why would this guy that didn't know my aunt who was just so awesome. And I was like very close with her. So it was really hard on me. And, kids weren't allowed to express like their feelings or anything. But my
Right.
parents they talked about it probably more. Like I knew more than I probably should have, and so some of the details of just the things he did. But yeah, and then my friend was murdered in 2009. And so
Mm.
that was a domestic violence of one that sent me on a whole course of understanding that type of mind. And so it's just always been something I've done. But the Delphi case, um, Abby Williams, 13, and Liberty German in Delphi, Indiana, which is somewhere that I visited all the time growing up because my family lived near and around there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like Mayberry. Every small town. It's got an underbelly, you know, but
Mhm.
on the surface, Delphi is like literally traveling back in time. Like people still wave to you on their lawnmowers, you know, like if they're at their, you know, out at the road, like county road, like people just, you know, like that. It's just and you go there and it's just so pretty. It's so quaint. It literally reminds me of Mayberry. But yeah, this murder happened there. My daughter, my oldest daughter, is there's age, and she looks a lot like one of the victims, Libby. And yeah, just change the sense of like you're you have this sense of safety in like small town America, you know, especially like
Mhm.
Indiana. Like this stuff doesn't happen here. I read about it, I know about it, but like it's not going to affect my life or my children's. And
Right.
the day after, when they were found, that next day at the bus stop, every single parent in my neighborhood drove their kids to the bus stop. Like, you know, it's just, it
Wow.
changed the fabric of how, you know, so that was the case that and that was the first live was that I'd ever even seen, like Facebook Live, that was the
Mhm.
helicopter footage of the search for them.
Oh, no way. Really?
Yeah, so I was, like, cleaning my house because I have OCD, so I have to have this whole big Tuesday ritual, you know, but I was interested in this. It was on the news the night before and like, "Oh, they haven't found them yet?" Like, this is getting a little bit more scary now. And so I turn on the news and they've got live coverage, and then they keep saying, you know, "If you wanna chat along or whatever, you can go to this Facebook link." And so I'm like, let me check that out." So then I started watching people commenting live.
Mhm.
It was so forking disturbing. I don't know if you cuss on your channel, but I
Oh,
do. I
fuck.
just
Yes, we do.
okay, okay, cool. But yeah, like, it was just really fucked up of what people were saying, and then it led me onto this, why do people act like this? Like, why are they trying to, and I think it's that distance. You wanna distance yourself from this happening to you. So if you can blame the victim or the victim's family, or like, I would never let my children go walking in the woods
Makes
by
you feel
themselves.
better. Well, because okay,
Mhm.
so especially when it comes into a hometown, like what you were describing, and it brings it to reality, like, if it can happen in an area like that, where stuff like that doesn't happen, then now
Mhm.
that brings the reality to your front door because now it can happen anywhere. And
Yeah.
so, of course, we want to, uh, like, balance ourselves or try to distance ourselves by saying, "This could never happen to me, and here's why. I can back it up," you know, because 'cause I'm not gonna let my kids walk that far. I'm not
Mhm.
gonna just drop my kids off here, and I'm not gonna let them do this and do that. But in reality, we all do, so, yeah.
And that's no way to raise your children really, you know? Like, I was raised, and I get my mom now, I understand my mom, and I had the same issues. I could think of a million ways my kids were gonna die if they did A, B, C, and D, you know?
Right.
But to scare them out of living their life, based on my fear was not something that I was gonna continue to, you know, pass on. Oof, oof, hardest thing I ever did, you know? But, like, we had a Doberman, like, he died now, but, we had a Doberman that I trusted that dog more than I trusted myself to keep them safe.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
they always had him, and he would definitely die for them, you know? Like,
Yeah.
he was a badass, like, he was a badass. So, I felt like my girls had him, and, you know, so I did continue to let them walk, but it was definitely limited, you know? It was, like, not as free. Plus, my
Yeah.
daughter is the same age, so same grade, and that really puts me in the mindset of, like,
That could be
"Fuck,
my daughter.
that could be my child." And then now my daughter's getting ready to graduate college with a major and a minor and accreditations, and um, finishing up an internship. That's all she has left. And that's where these two girls would be too if
Mhm.
they weren't brutally murdered, you know?
Right.
So it kind of puts that in perspective of like, they didn't get all of this that I've got, and they never will.
Right.
So what is justice? What
Yeah.
is closure? What is, I mean, really? But
Well,
yeah.
and I think that it comes down to the idea of, you know, we kind of take things for granted in
Mm,
an aspect of like I wake up in the morning and I don't think like to wake up and say, "Oh, thank God I woke up alive today."
yeah.
We get in our cars, we drive down the street, we drive to the grocery store, we drive to the bank, we drive back home, and we don't stop
Yeah.
and think like, "Oh, thank God I didn't get in a treacherous accident today."
Right.
You know, we're we're doing all of these things every day, assuming these terrible things won't happen to us. At least
Right.
it's a safe place to live in your head of, "I'm just going to pretend it's not capable of happening, therefore I don't
Mhm.
just live in fear every day."
Right.
But at the end of the day, we do have to acknowledge that statistics are statistics for a reason,
Mhm.
and your chances are still there,
Yeah.
but, you
Until it
know,
does.
yeah, I mean, you could walk across the street and get hit by a bus and die tomorrow. You just never know, and it's unfortunate to think that way, but you kind of have to pretend you're not gonna think that way. You have to keep it in your like, in the back of your head so that you stay cautious and you stay vigilant and you keep that fight or
Mhm.
flight method going, the survival mode. But you cannot live a happy life worrying about, "Oh my goodness, something could happen tomorrow."
Yeah. And I
Yeah.
found I know this is ass backwards for the way most people's like psyche works, but when anything makes me fearful or anxious, uh, I just dive straight in and I find comfort in knowledge to where most people are like, I don't even want to hear about true crime, like, because I don't want to even put that in my like sphere of my brain, because
Right.
but for me, even when like my daughter was diagnosed with um, it changed our lives, with a genetic syndrome at 7, 6 or yeah, almost 7, and I mean it just totally rocked my world, like when you find out you might live longer than your child, like that's just like the
Mhm.
worst state of mind to live in. And so I didn't know anything about any of this, never heard of it. So I just attacked it. Like I taught myself how human genetics and epigenetics and how to build templates to study like DNA and the raw data I was getting from 23andMe, and then you can upload that to other places and learn a lot more. And I taught myself how to read echoes, ultrasounds, CTs, MRIs, and it
No
was
way.
very, very unhealthy, though.
I would
And
say, yeah, unhealthy if you're in like an obsessive mode about it.
I have
But
OCD.
at the same time, who can go and have an ultrasound done and look at it and be like, "Oh, that's whatever's going on," and I know that is, and because then you have
Yeah,
to wait until the doctor comes to tell you the
yeah, and I
results.
don't like that.
Yeah,
I don't want to wait till the doctor comes. I want to know right now. And
yeah,
then, but it was also it got to the point where I knew enough that I wasn't as scared. And also, uh, he's the opposite of me. He does not like this world at all. So I try not to say he's okay, Mr. Cold Truth. I'll never get married again, but I've been with the same person for um 15 years, I think. We're not good at all that dates and whatnot, but yeah, so
did you say
he stopped.
15?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow, and not married.
No, I don't I that
Yeah,
no,
I don't
been
I
there,
don't
done
blame
that.
you.
No, thanks.
Yeah,
I'm good.
I'm still semi-fresh out of a divorce, and a lot
Okay.
of people are like, "Are you gonna remarry?" I'm like, "Nah, I did my 10 years." I'm like, I'm
Same.
good." Yeah. Like, I'm
People don't know what to do with that though. They're like, "No." I mean, it was just something that I didn't want more baby daddies, and I didn't want another piece of paper dictating anything because to me, love is love, but love is a choice that
yeah.
you make every day, and it's a commitment every day, and like just the leading cause of divorce, guess what it is?
Getting married?
Yeah. So
Oh, winner, winner, chicken dinner, what do I get?
yeah, You're
Oh,
about the first
man.
that's ever answered that question.
Well, it's actually kind of like a running joke in this world,
Is
but,
it?
yeah,
Yes,
just don't get married, guys.
all my people here, they have no clue what the manosphere means. We don't. I don't like labels. I don't like anyone trying to make me a pill. I don't even know what you're talking about, and I don't know that I want to. I understand the premise behind Gray Pill podcast, though, just like
Yeah.
gray. Like that's really we live in a world of such extremes, and
Mhm.
it's getting in the overcorrection in society. If you study it like historically, of like in my generation back, it was like know your role. You don't talk about politics. You don't talk about religion and money, and emotions are absolutely off the table. And if you have a mental illness, you're going to be put in an insane asylum, never to return to society. That's just the way it was. You
Right.
can read the newspapers. And then we have this shift, this overcorrection into what I feel like we're living in now, where it's just all feels and indulgence and entitlement, and it's going to create a whole nother slew of problems for the children that are in this extreme difference of this.
Well, yeah, I mean, the kids aren't gonna know what's up or down anymore or left or right or, what the actual meaning behind marriage is or they don't even know how to finish what they started. I'll put it that
Yeah,
way. We throw things
everybody
away
gets a
after.
trophy.
Yeah,
We tried to give my child a trophy. They wanted to do wrestling, and obviously, like they're the only girls and like on the wrestling teams, and the boys were like, it was cute, and I respected that. They were like, "Do I really? Am I really gonna find her?" And their coach is like, "Yes, you've been practicing with her all week." But my daughter was extremely small, so my one daughter, maybe she did pretty good, but my little one, like I said, that's fine, like you
they wanted to do wrestling?
yeah, they're all about it. I'm like, go
Yeah.
for it. It was just like a camp, and
Oh,
then we
that's
had
neat.
like a meet at the end, and yeah, they were. I think there was three little girls, and mine were two of them.
Oh, but that's I mean, I always look at it like, "Hey, do whatever you wanna do," if it comes to
Right.
sports, activities like that. I think that if somebody, sparks an interest in especially at their age, like, you're young enough and this is where you find your interest levels and where you learn your strengths or weaknesses are as a child. Um, and I
You
think
don't learn
that
how to lose.
Yes, and, even if you're gonna absolutely suck at something horrifically, you have to at least try it once, and,
Yeah.
my rule with the kids was, whatever sports you wanna do, fine. When they were younger, it was, like, 1 sport at a time, like, we're only doing 1 sport per season because mommy's not gonna be running all over God's green earth for a rec league, you know? Um and so, we went through all sorts of different little things, but, my daughter now, oh dear Lord, because she tried so much early on that now she has a love for, like, lacrosse, field hockey, soccer, eh, and she's so she likes the competitive stuff, like, the stuff that's, like, really they get mean on that field. Sometimes I wonder if these girls are walking away okay because they get mean. But it's I mean, she would have never known any of this had she not tried a few here, tried a few there, and then as she's getting older, you start to narrow it down. Now that she's older, I allow more sports because it makes a difference. But um, my goodness, whew,
Mhm.
that's
That
that's
is
all I
one
never.
thing that I was so traumatized from, like, living on a base. I mean, my brother he was a pitcher. He was very good, just natural ability, recruited to the, minor leagues, like, I mean, so that's where you know, I love the library, but, like, here I am, like, I just
Doing
hated
more
it, and I
library stuff.
want my kids to have like I didn't and I like like good god, like just all these parents, and now it's just completely out of control. I
Oh,
mean,
it's not. It's not.
It's just like everybody thinks that they're going to invest this money in all of these coaches for their like 8-year-old. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, stop it
Nah,
right now.
rec league is perfectly fine at the early
Stop it,
ages,
stop it, stop it.
unless your kid shows actual skill sets and like they show like a lot of talent and
No.
drive, and yeah.
My
So
daughter played lacrosse, but it also, I think that having your kids in organized sports, it
Mhm.
teaches them something that I know my youngest, because of what her Ehlers-Danlos, she wasn't allowed to play any sports, so she doesn't have any experience with like what camaraderie and like team and like from a sports, my oldest at least had lacrosse, and but
Mhm.
yeah, like now that she's at college, and it's the sorority thing, like what?
Oh,
Like no, but I think that it would be healthy for her, because you get to meet more people, and working well with others is a life skill that I think a lot of kids, although I think it's excessive, you do learn that in team sports.
yeah. I think you learn how to follow, um, and you learn how to be teachable and coachable. And that's a big difference that I find
Mhm.
with, people. So P. Fletch had a question for you, Mel. Are you familiar with the violent crime tracked and documented in Colin Flaherty? I can't say it. Is it Irish?
That's not one that I'm familiar with. No, is it on Audible?
Oh, I don't even know. Oh, you've got a troll in your chat. Sorry. I can't fix it on my end. It's in yours. This, Jorge L.
Yeah, it's probably that one old freaking
Possibly.
repo.
I
Oh
don't
my
know.
gosh, I almost added him as a moderator.
Oops.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I got it. I just
Uh,
let them roll. I told my mods, like, so that's why they left it, because if, but they should, I don't think there's very many in there, but
what's
I
gonna happen
don't.
is he's gonna start with a few small ones, and then
Right.
then they're
Yeah,
gonna
I've been getting
escalate.
it all week. I was really pissed off because he was just ruining my eclipse, because we're literally right in the direct line of totality. So it was badass. And I've been waiting since 2017 for this. Like, you know, I love the stars to finally to be fearful of the night. So that I really always held on to. So
Yeah.
um, yeah, I'm rocking the Pluto sweatshirt. So, yeah,
Right.
this is important to me, and I think I watched a little bit too much of it. I burnt my sclera, is what I have
Oops.
deduced on my own. Yeah, so I've had a rough eye week. Uh, I
See,
had to go this.
ours was only partial, and, like, I kinda peeked through the window, and you could kinda see it if you squinted, and then I, like, walked like, and I only looked for a couple seconds, and I walked away. I'm like, "Ooh," and I'm like, "Alright, I'm good. That was enough for me. I saw a little black dot, and that's all I need." And to you, GP, don't worry. We are familiar with what our trolls like to do and say, and
Yeah,
they like to go and create new accounts and come back in. They'll resubscribe. See, I have mine set to where you have to subscribe to be able to
I
even
do
chat.
too. But so they subscribed.
Oh,
Heck,
it's worth it to them. Like that. It's. I could set the subscription to where you have to be subscribed for 20 minutes, and they'll still come running in. So they are dedicated haters, and I love
Leave
them
it
all
10
the more for it.
seconds, at least a 10-second delay that keeps, because there's some that come in and they're trying to get you to say their name out loud, because once you phonetically put it together, you're going to be saying
Oh. I
a
mean, usually
word.
I don't even say their names. I just hit that. There's been a lot that have been rolling in, and I just hit the delete button before another person even comments underneath it. So
Yeah.
we're pretty fast to recognize them. And I know my my uh wrenches are on full force tonight, so they're probably catching them as well along with me. So it's working out. They'll be all right. Besides, they keep our views high. They keep our analytics running, the algorithm, they keep
Yeah.
pushing us back into the algorithm, so it's okay. It's
I
good.
don't know. I think I've accidentally stumbled into like reverse psychology trolling, because I'm just like, if they talk about me, let it stand. Like, don't delete it. Like my chat, my mods know. Like, if someone is directing something at me, um,
Mhm.
let them say what they want.
Yeah.
Like, uh, yeah.
Yeah.
Then they don't. It's like, Okay.
Yeah,
Whatever.
I don't mind commentary. I don't mind being hated on or people questioning my philosophies or something I'm saying or they arguing with me. That to me is all fair game. But what these people like to do is they like to come in starting off with something simple like what you saw. Hey Ashley. And then what they'll do is they'll turn it into like start to escalate. Then it turns into talking about my children or
Yeah.
like weird sex stuff and things that are just they're not appropriate. So we know who they are. We know based on the names that they do and the types of things that they say. So we just kick them before they even because now they have to go create a whole nother alternative account and go and we got another 20 minutes before they get back in. So it at least buys us some peace and quiet for a little bit. So Siege D had a question.
Okay.
And he says, did Mel say she liked listening to Glenn Lawrence and Based Oracle and just not Frank?
In that I don't have a huge range of listening to any of you guys before I made that comment. So I can't say that I am like gonna end up. I liked what Glenn and Based Oracle had to say to Frank in particular, because Frank is one from our community that his channel was terminated for showing crime scene photos and sending those photos to the victim's family, and they're pretty heinous. You can't help but what someone sends you in your email. You can, however, not be a complete asshole and show that publicly.
Right.
There's no business, even at a jury trial. If you're there in person, most of that stuff you're not going to see. The jury's going to have to see it. But that he did that with just like total the build up for me, because I already had a huge problem with him before he did that because of and I told my community, learn from my mistakes. Like, I am embarrassed that I ever shared a screen with that dude in the true crime sector, because it was a case. It's Rosemary, and it's definitely gonna be in the domestic violence category, and it's a very frustrating case that I'm trying to tread very carefully on, because I know so much more now. And there's a lot of behind the scenes, but that's my first introduction to art of deduction, was us joining together on that case. And he was the one that found the criminal history of the dude that is likely her killer, and how relevant that was. Well, I also cover I have preventative true crime series of covering one particular YouTuber that is a career habitual violent offender, against women.
Is this that greeno?
Yeah. And so
So let me just clarify to the chat. So the Manosphere is not the only place where they have drama and banning and arguing each other and sending each other death threats. I watched the parts of your last live with the burn after reading, and I was like, oh my god, we're not the only ones.
no, I get it all. I've been doxxed. And like being doxxed was like, you don't even know what you unleashed. I told the dude, I was like, look, he stole money from two victims' families that I consider them now my family. Like, the crimes against their children happened in 2019, and till today, they're still in my chat right now, And I told him, it was like, if you steal from them, I will go level 12 psycho on you. Nice. I will be your very own online Beth Dutton, dude. He stole the money, and I kept my promise. So
nice. I like it.
People are just like, oh, you're a jilted ex. I fucking hate hearing that, because that mentality gets people killed. And if you really read about actual text and like from the NIH and just like the FBI and the justice, like, that a lot of times who knows somebody the best? Yeah, ex-wife or not, but there are so many women that are they're just a jilted lover. They're calling in the tip line and they're disregarded. Only to, like Ted Bundy's girlfriend, for instance. Yeah,
wasn't she because she had a kid too, didn't she?
It was her daughter, it wasn't his, but yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, literally, he was one where I call him, he's a chameleon type killer, where he is that superficial charm, complete psychopath, sadist, but he's able to, here he is, he looks polished, he comes across as likable and engaging, and so two of his victims he murdered at, it was like a body of water. I can't remember all of the details, but driving his famous bug, and like people knew him as Ted. They had a description of him. His girlfriend calls in and that, like, he's a lawyer. He's getting ready to be a lawyer. And it's like, hello. And that's what I find, which is really sad, is like, not all, but most serial killers are literally caught by happenstance. It's just like, are you kidding me?
Well, at least the smart ones, right? Not the passionate, like, hate crimes or love crimes. Like, it's calculated. So question from Fletch, for both of us, what are our thoughts on firearms ownership becoming more common among women across the country?
I carry my Glock sitting right over there. Nice. I do think that my sister and I are polar opposites on this particular topic. But there are so many laws that are already on the books that they're not followed. Like Illinois, for instance. I had a client that moved there, and her and her husband are, they carry. And she had to go through a training course of like, prove you know how to use this weapon, you know how to store it, you know how to shoot it, you know how to keep it safe, make sure there's nothing in the chamber, just simple little things that everybody should know. And
right,
you have to pass that in order, to get your license to concealed carry. And so it's like, I'm all about that. There are some when I go to the gun range where I'm like, this is nuts. This is a full auto. Like, this isn't supposed to be here. And like, I don't want to be that person, but like, I know when I hear something that's illegal, so there are things there
too, isn't it? Like, can't they vary state to state on what you can and can't have? And it's a matter of whether you're carrying it or you can carry it as long as you're separating pieces into different boxes, take it to the gun range, then you can go play and shoot, but then you have to piece it back and then go put it back. Right. I think that can vary state to state, because I know Maryland, it's very
where we go. If you walk in and you're already carrying, like, you're fine. Everything else has got to be in a proper storage with, the mags taken out and stuff. But of course, like, I'm not going to use the bullets that I carry on my person out. I'm using, range bullets or whatever they're called. I can't remember all of a sudden, but so that those magazines are dropped out. But like, it all depends. But I've been in there, just like this place that is close to my house, and that's the only reason that we go to it, because I would like to not. But I believe in, if you're going to carry, you need to be able to have confidence that what you're aiming at, if it comes in that kind of a situation, that you can actually hit it and not kill someone because you don't know how to shoot your gun.
Right.
No point in using it. And if you don't know how to actually use it, and if you get it out, you should be ready to use it, know? And this, it's really not hard to keep your gun safe, even if you can't afford, what we have. Everybody can afford small enough safes to
or like
their guns,
just the lock box,
put locks on them, that are really cheap to buy, and then store all of the ammunition in a locked safe, and so I think what we're seeing, there was a case of 2 parents that were actually held accountable for a mass shooter in a court of law. And that's what needs to happen. It's the same with the normalization of raping women when they're passed out. Like when they start calling that necrophilia, and now you are in the paraphilic family in the DSM, because it is a subcategory of start charge boys should be taught better. It's not cool to drug some chick and rape her. You're a rapist and you're also a necrophiliac because she's completely like a dead body. What are you doing?
Gross.
So when we start I know it's gross, but that's what's gonna stop it.
Right.
That my daughter is at college in 2024, and these things are still occurring because they've been normalized.
It's pathetic. It's
Fuck
absolutely.
that. We can do better.
Yes, we can. We should. Uncle Guns asked, do you see similar behavior from, and we were just talking about this in the backstage, do you see similar behavior from crime committers that parallels behavior you see in the trolls/stalkers?
Yes, I don't know if Uncle Gun saw my community post, but yeah, I found one who kind of reminds me of Brian Koberger. So you can look at that name up and do the comparison on your own of that Gangstar guy. But those girls, I don't know if that's just fake, but if those are real, and I don't know how old he is, but those do not. I want to know their ages and what are you doing? What does the Manosphere? Listen. You don't know what you don't know. That's what ignorance is. And then once then if you decide you're just stupid, but ignorance is just simply, you don't know what you don't know. So remember, I'm totally naive to Manosphere and pills. Gray Pill Podcast has helped me a lot. I enjoy going on there, but I don't have any pills. I don't know what pills really are and all this Manosphere stuff. But what I saw was
who is Richard Ramirez?
He's a crazy one. Yeah, he was more of a what would he be considered quite spree, but there's organized, which would be Ted Bundy, organized and versus unorganized serial killers, and Richard Ramirez was just a really. Yeah, he's wild. When you look at a picture of him, you're like, yeah, that guy looks like what you would picture.
Ramirez.
I'm trying to remember.
Oh, I think I remember watching this on I think I remember watching this on a documentary a long time ago. Creepy. Okay, so for the record, I've never seen Uncle Guns simp for anybody ever, and to see him, he's in love with you because you said that you carry.
Oh,
yes. Really? He's officially a simp, and I have never seen Uncle Guns simp for any female ever in my entire time being on here.
Well, I do. Yeah, he'll enjoy this little story. Like I said, with the Shannon Paul case, I went balls out. I don't do anything just halfway. So I was putting together these documents for other podcasters, and I was sending them to get them to cover her because I didn't really do this type of stuff. And I just they were like, oh yeah, and then they never would. I'm like, I'm going to do it my fucking self then. And so, and then in those podcasts that I did, those were all the family, everyone you hear me interviewing is because they knew Shannon Polk or they knew Ray Hainish or Nicole Bowen. And so I ended up unbeknownst to me, pitting two mayors in Prattville, Alabama against each other.
Oh
And
no.
like the former mayor and the sitting mayor. I didn't know. Like, I was just like, oh, do you want to speak? Like, you were the mayor when she was killed, and like, you're the mayor now. And I have to get the mayor at the time's approval, because I held this vigil and like helped the family hold this vigil in the middle of COVID. And so, as I mentioned, that I had just spoken to the former mayor, and he was telling me, like everything. And I think that kind of made it was like the weirdest thing, because on the stage, these two mayors were like trying to one up each other.
No way.
But hey, it got the prosecutor's office showed up, the law enforcement office showed up, and the major media showed up. We had a article in Dateline Online and Associated Press, and all of this happened during COVID, and it was like the first real like movement in this case that it just should be solved, and like, I even went so far as like, the main detective was like, oh, well, we don't have the funds to do. I'm like, why aren't you doing investigative genealogy? Like, what's the deal with that? He's like, well, we don't have the funds, and like, we have to submit. He's telling me all this stuff, and I'm like, if I can fix that, is it an option? So I immediately call up Greg Hughes, investigates, who has identifinders. Him and Colleen Fitzpatrick team up, and Greg Hughes, he's funded several of these cases, so giving these communities the money, these law offices the money, law enforcement. And then Colleen Fitzpatrick, who is literally a pioneer in everything. Like, she's just, my gosh, I'd probably pass out if I actually met her in real life. Like, I don't even know what I would do.
Really?
Yeah, she's a badass. I mean, literally, just
So she
forensic,
like gets shit going, and like, as far as like the like forensic stuff.
Yeah, Golden State Killer was kind of our first into this investigative genealogy using GEDmatch, 23andMe, those profiles, and sharing them with law enforcement. So
I've heard of that one. I feel like my mom told me something about that one.
Yeah. And then a lot of people know Cece Moore. They've heard of her and her work. But yeah, like the true pioneers of why we're seeing 60-year-old cases being solved today, and John and Jane Doe's that never would have been solved. It's because of investigative genealogy. And I mean, it's just, and they're the pioneers of it, and they're just badass women that if you like met Barbara Rape, like I met her at CrimeCon, and like CrimeCon did a great job. I got to shake Joe Petito, Gabby Petito's dad's hand, because man, when you've got victims' families that can literally take their tragedy and like get out of bed the next morning.
Yeah.
That's
I couldn't imagine.
And to not only do that, but to advocate so that this never happens again, and they start foundations and they make true change, I went up to him. He was one of the people that was like, I wanted to meet. And I mean, I'm like, dude, I hate it that you're here. But I'm also, glad that you're here. And like,
well, because they're trying to make kind of
I
like
hate that you have to be here, because this is not a club anyone wants to be in. No one wants to be.
But the fact that they're able to kind of like make lemonade out of lemons and try to foster better things for the future, so that other people don't end up in their position too.
And CrimeCon, it sounds kind of like Comic-Con, or like, I had a bad taste in my mouth just because of what they chose to name it. But this was the first year that I got to attend, thanks to two of the ladies I helped her daughter get away from Greeno, so they paid for me to come and put us up in a really cool, awesome resort. And it was really cool to meet them in real life, and like they're just prevent, you know, to get someone away before they're killed. Like, I wish I could have done that with my friend. The signs were all there, you know.
But
To
you
some men,
never, you don't know till you know, like you were kind of
exactly.
saying earlier, you're naive to the idea until.
So me and her mother went on a mission, you know, and like her mom was balls out, awesome. So, and now Crime Geek is away from him and sees the light and is also trying to spread the word. And yeah, it's just insane. So you walk into Podcast Row is what it's called, and it's all the shiny lights. Nancy Gray's in the front, and like, you know, all these booths that are major media. And I just like, I could give two fucks about them. Like, no thanks. And I'm like I'm walking into these, and I'm passed by this bare booth, you know, and in the middle of these two girls sits Barbara Ray Venters, and I completely geeked out. I was like, ew. I think I like freaked her out. I thought she probably was thinking in her mind, like, oh my God, I just attracted a stalker. Like, this
Oh.
is like, because I just froze up because I have read all of her books. You know, and that's why I say I'm true crime before true crime was a thing, because no one there knew that Barbara Ray Venters, the pioneer, the Golden State, like she literally caught the Golden State Killer. Like, she's sitting there and no one knows. They're all over talking to Vinny and Nancy Gray, the talking heads, you know, like,
Well, you
yeah,
got to have a voice of the community, though, right? Like, that's the people that kind of they carry the character of the
yeah,
community, and then you have the other people behind. I mean, I feel like we have the same
for
thing kind of
sure.
going on in our like little manosphere of craziness. I feel like we have our general representatives that we all kind of don't agree with being the representatives, but whatever. And then we have the intelligent conversations on the back waves behind everything,
Mhm.
and that's where actually all of the stuff stems from, I think. But Ashley wants to know who your favorite serial killer is. Now, I don't know if maybe you could claim it as a favorite, or at least maybe your favorite to follow, because you investigate for purposes of like more like giving the victims voices
Twofold.
to solve. And
Twofold for sure.
Mhm.
Understanding what drives the violent mind, the nature, the nurture, and this whole quest since 1985 has really kind of, I would rather be wise than intelligent, and I think a lot of people get the two mixed up. And when you have someone that's intelligent without wisdom, like, they're dangerous. They're really dangerous people. But yeah, like, so the research and the study I do is in serial killers' families. Evil Lives Here is a great one to really get a view of like what it's like to one day wake up and find out you've been married to a serial killer, or like your brother is, like, so there's all of these different. I just like to understand people. The human condition is what I'm drawn to. And so I don't have a favorite. I think Israel Keys is one that I would say kind of blew my mind, because he's one that, like, he talk about pre-planned, thought out. This dude he grew up homeschooled and kind of raised like really backward too. Highly intelligent.
Should I be concerned about you?
Yeah, probably. I take bugs outside. I can't kill them.
Oh my God!
Carry them outside. I know, but yeah. So I don't think I'm a threat to be a serial killer. I think it's just a thirst for knowledge and understanding. I did it with the Bible. Like, when I stopped going to that church, I read it through all the way twice, trying to understand the concepts of Calvinism and Arminianism, and like how contradicting things that were taught in the churches that I went to, how they can both be true. And like, I think Solomon is like that he's just a philosopher too, in my mind, of like really understanding knowledge and the seeking.
So I feel like you're maybe more like knowledge-based, education-based. You just really like to learn and dive into something like once you see an interest, you just go balls to the wall.
Part of the ADHD too.
That'll do it.
The only time that like my brain feels like a ping pong. It's like a ping pong. Like, what is that game in the arcade where it's like,
ping pong.
So yeah, that's what my brain feels like.
My best friend Ashley, you guys are probably like two peas in a pod because she operates very similar to you. Like once she wants to dive into something, once she's like her ears perk up and she's like, ooh, and then she goes right for the jugular of any and everything she can learn about it. And she also loves to watch all of the like true crime documentaries, like everything this way and in between. So actually I made sure that she tuned in for this one because I was like, and I think she's going to join the panel too when I open that up. But
yeah,
I figured.
And Ed Kemper. Ed Kemper was one that's just he figured out. Like he figured out why he was doing what he was doing, and then he's the co-ed killer, and he ended up like was one of the first interviews by the original. They're not the Dr. Carlisle is the actual original, but the behavioral analysis unit from the FBI that was started by Robert Ressler, Ann Burgess, and John Douglas, and a few others. They started interviewing serial killers to build this profile of what do these violent minds have in common? Let's figure this out. And Ed Kemper he figured it out himself. He's like, I've been killing my mother over and over again. So I killed her.
Is that the guy that
her head and had sex with her head? And I killed her best friend too. And then tells the police this. They don't believe him because they think Ed Kemper's just like the cool guy that hangs out the bar with him. I literally didn't believe him. He's like, go to my mom's house and you will see what I did. Like, I am this person, Is
he the one that liked to wear heels though, or something like that? Or am I thinking of a different one? Because I remember watching.
There's a few of those, but
something about the profiling that they did in the beginning and all of the different like lines of questioning. I forget what movie it was. It was so good, but how that all kind of came to fruition, and the different styles of profiling. But I remember there was one that
Raider was one that
was killing his mom over and over again. I remember that, but I'm pretty sure this one liked to wear like heels around, not outside, but inside.
I know which one is because there's a few like Raider dressed up like he has pictures of the cross dressing, but I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, and he actually would have his he cut off women's feet, like kept them. I know what you're talking about. I can't think of his name. I don't think it was Arthur Starcross, but yeah, these are some Dahmer. I mean, that guy, I do not consider him organized. Well, I consider him a real sign of the racism towards people that were gay. I mean, two of his victims escaped him and he went down and was like, oh, they're just drunk. And I mean, this dude, the people in his apartment complex were, the smell of that place was full. He had his freezers full. He was he had all of these people in an apartment, just body parts everywhere. 2 police officers walked through his home and left the victim there that he did kill. He was trying to, I think in a warped way, Dahmer he was lonely, he wanted them to stay. He wanted them to stay, but they weren't, perfect. So in his, he even tried to almost lobotomize some of the victims in order to put them into almost a robotic state. Obviously it didn't work out. Her Baumeister is another one where, I mean, his kills are still being found out to this day. You know, it's down the road for me. But again, just that societal of like being gay is not okay, and her Baumeister's family was they were socialites. His dad was a doctor, prominent doctor in Westville area, and like. You just don't have a son that's gay, you know, and like so I think that, and he also had a whole indoor pool with mannequins where he was like clearly a lonely person, like, yeah, where he would dress them up and have parties with them.
Oh, sick.
Like super weird. Yeah.
Oh, why?
Yeah. There's a lot.
Why? Okay, let me get through these questions because I'm starting to see a lot of them for both of us. Although I feel like they're more directed to you because I don't know who this is. Do you remember Robert Stack era Unsolved Mysteries?
Oh, yeah. I still listen to old episodes of Unsolved Mysteries.
Unsolved Mysteries. That I see. The Robert Stack threw me off. Yeah. Yes. I remember that, like, even when I loved watching that show. If Mel was to commit a murder, what's the one thing she would do that every other murderer she knows about got wrong? We're all going to jail right now, guys.
Look up Mel's hole. You know, like a lot of so here's what happens with it, because there are studies on the IQ levels of serial killers, and some of them have very high IQs, right? Mm-hmm. And that's where it's like there's all of this, they're trying to figure it out. There's neuroscience involved, there's geneticists involved, like trying to find that gene, trying to find that place in the brain and I mean, they have found gray matter in certain areas in the empathy, like psychopathology, and like the study of that. It's actually super interesting because the main neuroscientist that was studying the brains of serial killers, and then you've got your blind study. So he got his family to do the CTs and he participated in it, and his actually got mixed up with the serial killers. That's how he found out he was actually a psychopath. Yeah, the neuroscientist is a psychopath. And so there's that nature, you know, there's the nurture. But if you really study, like there are many serial killers that have siblings that turn out to be not, you know, they go the opposite route, where they have the same childhood, the same background, but they'll go into firefighting or a field where you're helping people, you know, working at sheltering wings, or, you know, doing things like that, like still trying to fill that void, but instead of like becoming it and worse or whatever, they turn it into something to where they're helping people. But there's also this, I think it's in emotional intelligence. Like, hey, Mayo, thank you so much, dude. Mayo's Mayo's from the porch session. Like he's been on mine. I covered a case with him that's close to his hometown. But man, talk about a dude that he's like a walking dictionary of awesomeness, you know, and like one day I'm going to get him an interview with him and he's going to tell me his story. I don't know.
Maybe he wants to jump on panel tonight. We can all just sit and.
Yeah. And he's also one of those, like he's on the panels on the porch session. I don't know if you've ever checked them out. What he's just like, no, like it's like he's just a walking dictionary of everything under the sun. People can't just like BS when Mayo's on the panel.
Wow.
You gotta know what you're talking about. But
I like that. Thoughts on Brian Kohlberger, the Idaho murderer? I don't know.
Yeah, that was the one that I was like, gangrene seems like that.
Gangrene, I love you. How do you call it?
What is it? Gangrene?
It's Ganstar, but I think his new name is now Gangrene. That's it, chat. Mel has come in and taken over the Manosphere. She has renamed Ganstar to being Gangrene, and that's it. I cannot call him anything else going forward.
Well, I didn't want to put it in my community post because I hadn't met you yet, and I didn't want to like
Oh, he's
offend
weird.
you, even though I don't deal well with people that get offended easily. Like, I find that offensive. Like,
No,
stop it.
I could
Stop
care
it with
less.
yourself. Like, get over yourself. And the grammar people, or the people that are, always just have a point to prove and they don't ever listen, they're really easy to spot. There was a few of them on your panel that night. like wow. But yeah, like what was I talking about? Brian Koberger.
Goldberger.
So this gangrene guy, like, he puts a link to a video he's made about you, and I'm like, I could give two fucks less about her sex life, dude. Like, I covered true crime. That's what I wanted to write. Like, unless she's a rapist, like,
Right.
go away. Leave me alone. I'm trying to watch the eclipse. Like, driving me insane. Which I did burn my eyes.
Burn, baby, burn.
Oh my God. I burned myself. Like, it's been awful all week. But anyway. Yeah, so I'm listening. So then, of course, now I'm like, oh, these shorts are really weird.
It's weird. He's
Affect
obsessed
is-
with himself. It's
yeah,
weird.
so he instantly made me think of, like, Brian Koberger, to be honest.
I gotta look this one up now.
Yeah, you're probably not gonna find too much information, but yeah, there's a lot of, like, things that we've been able to, yeah, like, when it all, like, this I don't know. I don't know. And I'm sorry if I offend anyone by the word. It's just, like, I don't know what else to call it, but, like, this incelly type.
We use that word around here a lot.
Gosh, that scares me, like, that people are out there, like, teaching young boys that are impressionable, that maybe didn't grow up with a father in their home, and they're seeking out, and they're, like, having trouble connecting with women. But then it's just, there's a fine line, like, you get, like, like Friedrich Nietzsche, his quote about, be careful when you stare into the abyss, because the abyss stares back. And I unfortunately know a lot about what that means, and so when I look at people, like, I can see more than but I can also see that, like, here you are with your robe on, and you say these are your intentions, but these girls above you look very underage. So what are you doing? And just the affect of his voice, go watch the first episode of Signs of the Psychopath, and get with me and see what you think. Okay?
The Psychopath. Somebody write that one down for me.
Signs of a Psychopath, first episode.
Oh, damn. Now I'm
But
excited.
it just makes me kind of like, is this something that is we just dismiss it for, but sometimes stalking and obsessive type behavior like that, and then not really having a true understanding of much but thinking that you do can make a cocktail of dangerousness. And so those are all, like, red flags once someone does commit something, and then there's that retrospect. That's why Evil Lives Here is one of those shows where a lot of these killers, Dennis Rader, he had a family, like, they blend right in. Ted Bundy, most of Gary Ridgway's wife literally didn't believe he did that until she heard him confessing, like, because he was he was the ideal husband for her. He was very caring and nurturing and opened doors for her, took her on dates, brought her flowers home. Meanwhile, I don't know what the final count was, but I know it was high 40s, if not 50s.
Oh my God. Seriously?
Yeah, Gary.
That's
Green River Killer. Bundy, I think that was just, and a lot of them now, like that's why the FBI is changed. It's not, it used to be, it's 2 or more killings with a cooling off period is what they consider a serial killer type. Because with the profiling, with the advancements in the World Wide Web and the VICAP and different things, like they're being caught before they have long strings of murder. But like Joel Ripken, he's one of the Long Island serial killers. Like he was like, they're like pulled over. He's like pulled over the first time with a body in the back, and he like talks to the cop and is just like, "Oh, this is my dear blood," like didn't even look, just like because he was could be charming when he wanted to. And the way that but here's what happens is like, even with Israel Keys, who was a very like he literally would travel to states with fake IDs, using only cash, taking weird transit ways so that they couldn't be traced back. He would go there, he would bury kill kits and then not return for a couple years, undig that kill kit, and then commit a murder, not to do anything within a victimology. So he would target, like one time he'd target like a family. They still don't know who all Israel Keys killed, but even him, he ended up unraveling. Where his last victim, he broke all of his rules. He lived in Alaska. He was a kind of a food truck that he caught on video, completely outside of everything that he had been doing for years and getting away with it. But he unraveled. They always end up unraveling. And like, he abducted her, and then he took her home, killed her, put her in a shed, went on vacation with his family, came back, and he's like, her body looks pretty good. I'm gonna fix her up and take a picture of her and try to get some money out, I'll return her if you pay me. And her dad, which breaks your heart, like he's like, my daughter would never braid her hair. Israel Keys had braided her hair, and that's how he knew. Like the dad knew, like, my daughter's gone because she'd never braided her hair. And yeah, he was caught by a very observant, I think it was like a state patrolman in, can't remember, but yeah, he'd gone on the run, and he was like literally unraveled to the point where like he was using his own cards, and so he got caught because he unraveled. Same with Ted Bundy, like just went.
Don't you think that they kind of like want to get caught? Like they're not getting the credit for all of this work they're doing. And it's like, how can it's almost like subconsciously they want to get caught. Right.
Yeah. Some like Ed Kemper. I mean, I think he's a kind of a rare breed where you're like, he really understood, once he understood that I'm just killing my mom even over and over, even though he's one that his first 2 victims when he was a juvenile, and he shot his grandparents for like not letting him get away, just cold blood, just murdered him. He went to juvie, like a juvenile prison. They let him out because he's very intelligent, he's very articulate and charming, and like he goes back to live with his mom. And what his slight was, like, I don't know all of the details obviously, but his mom, he had 2 sisters, and Kemper was a bit off, like even as a kid, like he's already murdered his grandparents. So but this was before he went to live with his grandparents. But he was so slighted by the fact that his mom, once he got to a certain age, didn't want him sharing a room with his sisters. So he moved down into a basement room. Like, you can find the interviews of him just being like, that was the trigger. And like, when you think about like the things that end up being the source, or their pornography has a lot to do with, a lot of them have said that, or like this slight of their mother, or a mother that like is or a father even, and it's just, but what's the difference? Lots of people have really forked up childhoods, and I think it is the emotional intelligence to where they become fixated on that. Like Ed
Well,
Gein.
you learn how to be so charismatic because you learn how to be perfection so that you don't have to deal with being yelled at or deal with, like, the lashings that come with it, or, if you're not making mommy and daddy proud, like, you switch your concept thinking into, how can I make them happy? Therefore, I must be perfect, and you breed perfection, in a weird way. It's not in a healthy way. So I
Yeah,
wonder if, God, like, all of the psychological things behind it, behind how a serial killer
the
becomes a
making of a
serial
serial
killer.
killer is,
But they all start with some form or kind of trauma at the beginning of it all. I mean, I haven't heard of any that didn't have a trauma unless you would know better. I'm
yeah,
not
there's some that like, um, by all intents and purposes, you're like, yeah, I mean, there's always things like our parents can't be perfect. So every
Mhm.
parent that like, if they think they're perfect, they're not,
Right.
And so the things that some of them, like Jeffrey Dahmer, like there was some stuff, you know, but like man, his dad like stood by him, and his mom had some issues, but he wasn't killing his mother over and over again. So it's like just things that a normal kid, if they had the emotional intelligence, that's why I think there's that, like, so, and there is some studies done on that of like nature nurture and then the emotional IQ of, to where they fixate on something and then they start to fantasize and it turns into, there's one serial killer that like there's something to do with like his mom giving him a bath or, and like it, evolved into this whole thing. And they live in this like fantasy driven world, which online I think we're going to start to see a new breed of serial killers coming out, because a lot of them, they have that cooling off period, but the way that they're able to hold off the urge to kill is they're reliving the crimes. And that's why like Dennis Rader would dress up like the victims, and he even watched crime shows with his daughter as they're like bonding,
Mm.
like in retrospect. But Dennis Ritter was also a Boy Scouts leader, deacon in the church, concert, like he was like the local ordinance guy, like Rex Hewer, like there's so many of them that blend right into society, and everybody thinks that like when you look at Richard Ramirez or who's the guy, the pulmonary artery killer, like he was going around cutting people's pulmonary arteries because he thought that people were stealing them from him. Like I can't,
What?
yeah, like literally right on the tip of my tongue. Someone in my chat helped me out. I did a whole like research on him, but yeah, he's like killing people for their pulmonary artery. Like he thought that, like, I mean, he was in like a psychotic, like schizophrenic, very unorganized killer. But Ed Gein was another one. I mean, that dude he was digging up bodies, but he did kill people. But he was like digging up bodies and making furniture out of them, and like just wow,
What? This
yeah.
is sick.
Oh, there's all
Oh.
the depravity of man is man, some of them just know no bounds, just like the toy box killers, the duos that find each other. That
How,
is,
like, is there, like, how do we figure, I guess we pick names based on what they're doing, right? So the toy box killer, like, what was he shoving people in a toy box or something, or what?
no, he had a just a chamber of There's been quite a few of those, but like, yeah.
Mm.
Who was the duo? They met in prison and then went on a killing spree, and it was just a torture man. It was, they had like, they wanted to kill, I don't know, it was like based on like they had some algorithm that they were like following to murder, but man, they recorded these deaths and they were very brutal. And then the couples, the killer couples, like the Barbie, Ken and Barbie killers, Carla
Legit?
Molka.
They were called Ken and Barbie?
I
Like,
think,
for their
yeah.
nickname?
Well, just because of the way they looked,
Oh,
yeah. Carla
I don't know
Molka
any
was
of this
the
stuff.
girl.
This is all completely new. I mean, I know the major names, but I
Yeah,
just don't
like she
follow
was
it.
completely right on board getting off on what they were doing, and there are some women like the that have married these and then they become like almost like Stockholm syndrome, or like and you can tell a big difference. But like Carla Faye Tucker, she's like one of the ones she was sentenced to death, but I followed her for a long. As a pickaxe, like they literally, like they were all about it. They wanted to know what it was like. Her and her boyfriend like just like killed this man in his bed with a pickaxe. I mean, it was just the most brutal
Oh
thing
my
ever.
god.
I think killed 2 people. But yeah, like women don't get the death penalty often enough, I don't think. Like,
Ooh.
or just like the the grace that they're given just because they're women, and not like, like if you have that type of mind, like you should never be in society again. I don't care what gender you
No,
are.
or at the very least, you should be put in some type of crazy bin, for
Yeah.
like to keep you and others safe. Like, I understand that not everybody was born with the right synopsis flaring off, right? I understand there's some things that don't always operate the same for everybody as they should. Um, but if it comes to a point where you're hurting others, we maybe it's not a maximum prison sentence. Maybe it's not a death penalty that will be good for you, but at the very least, you still have to keep the rest of society safe.
Yeah.
So if they're putting you in, like a more medical oriented places that can help at least get you better, or at least maintain
Yeah.
some level of normalcy, or at least keep you safe, then I think that's, just as good of a route.
Yeah.
And but I
I
don't
think
believe
the
freedom should be any portion of the question there.
highly trained, there is risk, like intake for these types. You have to, not only do you have to be a psychologist, you have to be a forensic psychologist with like extra degrees to do what I'm talking about here. Dr. Carlisle was one of the first ones that started doing this and recording them.
Oh, wow.
And like he's the basis of putting these profiles together. And so like there's now, it's called DASH, it's for domestic violence, and it should be in every forking state, but it's a risk
I
assessment.
love how you say forked.
Yeah,
It's so cute. Fuck.
well, it's
Just say
because,
say it with me, Mel. Say it. Say fuck.
yeah, I do too, but like I read, like, I don't know if you've heard of Mark Manson, but it's like I don't care for like self-help books. I find them very annoying to read.
Mhm.
But Mark Manson, he has a book, but he also had like a blog post, and he says fuck 127 times in it, and then it's called The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. And
Oh,
when
yes.
I read that, it just it get it like, God, like I've been doing it wrong. I've been giving my forks away, like passing them out like candy at the McDonald's line, and these rude people, and like I know I'm giving them away, and then I don't have enough saved for when I really freaking need them. And so that's where that came from, is because I save my forks and I don't care about adversity. When I hate passive people. Like, passivity is just, we're not going to get along. I'm not going to be your friend, like if you're that one that's going to walk by a crime being committed or recorded, or like, I'm not that. No, passivity. That's not what I'm talking about. It's just like being able to save your forks. So then when someone does something, like, you've got a well there to pick from, you haven't been throwing them out. Like, he even says, like, people pass their fucks around like candy, like Halloween candy, to and fro, and they don't have any when they really need to give a fuck about something.
Yeah, see, I'm very non-confrontational. I'm not pacifistic, but did I say that right? Yeah. But I'm very non-confrontational. I choose my battles, right? So, like, if I saw something going down that I felt was unjustified, then yes, 100% I'll step in, and you're about to get mama bear on your ass, and it's not gonna be pretty. But as far as like picking battles with the McDonald's line or traffic, or like, my mom always laughs at me because I'm always on the phone with her, always when I'm driving, always, because that's the only time I make phone calls is when I drive. And I'll be sitting in traffic, and somebody will, cut in front of me or do something that was wrong, and I'm like, "Why'd you do that, you moron? Why'd you fucking do that?" And I'm so calm about it. But then, when things really, really bother me, my mom's probably like holding the phone out to hear, like, "Dear God, please stop yelling."
I hate people that think that they're more important than everyone else, and they act out at a grocery store or a McDonald's line. Like, you do like a small town trying to open a double McDonald's line. Like, what were they forking thinking? Like, we can't handle this with no like barrier to like make sure people don't just swing out to the other one, cut out everybody else in line.
But do you guys have a Chick-fil-A though?
Yeah, they know how to do it.
They know what they're doing. But see, don't you feel like every time you go to Chick-fil-A, because everybody's so pleasant and calm and kind to you, that you get in that little line and you're happy to let people get in front of you, and you're happy to wait your turn, and you don't even care if they messed up whatever was in your bag, 'cause it's
They
Chick-fil-A.
hardly ever do though. They're not
They
Wendy's.
never. I've had to mess up one bag of mine, and
Really?
and I wasn't even mad. I was like, "All right." Every other time, I never feel the need to check, And
Yeah.
this one time I didn't check, and I got home and I realized, "Oh, that one went wrong." But it wasn't too wrong, but it was still to a degree of like, "Huh, but do I really care?" Because when I'm there, everybody's so happy. Everybody's
Yeah.
so I think, the McDonald's line though, nobody cares to do that job. Nobody wants to be there. Nobody wants to
No.
serve you. I've had a few people who have like been kind and happy, and I'm like, I'm smiling and happy back at them, but they don't want to be there. So there's a difference. I think there's a big difference.
For myself, like, for the most part, like, I am a very calm individual, and I'm not like going around, like, I'm not one that you're gonna find picking a bunch of fights. But
Mhm.
when
When the fight's brought to you.
I am not like, I know myself really well. And so there are things that I've had to avoid because I don't like that blind rage. I
Right.
don't want to experience that. And I have gotten to that point. I got that way at a concert. And when people do things to me, it doesn't have the same effect on me as when someone does something to someone that I love.
Yeah.
And I went fucking wild, and I had never, like, I'd been punched in the nose trying to defend a little boy on the bus. Like, I got my face wrecked by this bully. Like, I
Damn.
tried to stand up to him and he just punched me square. But I had never, she pushed my friend and my sister-in-law there for a while down the steps to try to take our place at that the concert. And I mean, I lost my mind. I'm already on high anxiety because I'm in a group of people. Like, I hate that. I don't
Yeah,
do well.
I agree.
But yeah, I lost my mind on her. And my brother, I'm like a freaking spider. My brother's got me by the, stomach. And I'm just like, and she's going at me. And then we got our place back where we got there early to be. So they were still behind us, and she's running her mouth, and like I look over and I'm like, okay, my brother's not paying attention, and I mule kicked her in the kneecap. Like,
Dang.
yeah, and
It's good to have you on my side. Okay.
burning hot, like my brain was like literally, I felt completely out of control, and I haven't been back. I banned myself from going.
I banned myself.
I literally did. And it happened again. And then McDonald's line is horrible because it ended up being my daughter's best friend's grandma that I flipped the fuck out on. Yeah, she just swung and cut all these people that had been waiting in this long line. And I'm like, before I know it, I'm out of my window, like cussing her out, and like about my daughter's like, Mom, what are you, like, she was so scared because that's not how I act. It's not like my normal. And then finally get through the line, I pull up, and she's gotten out of her car. She's going to go tell on me. So she's like, I'm pulling up to the drive-through, and this old, not like older, like, I mean, she wasn't like with a cane, but like she's walking into McDonald's to tell on me, and I'm telling on you, you can tell what she's saying. And I'm just like, yeah, like I'm freaking out. Like,
shut up, Grandma, go sit down.
And yeah, I had a lot of sorries to say to my child. That was this like, I don't want to be that person. Like and then no sooner we get home, her friend and her friend's mom call, and they're laughing. And I'm like, and she's like, Mom, that was Autumn's grandma that you did that to. And then like her mom, like I know her too, it's still to this day, she was like, my mom she's an asshole. Like she thinks that she's better, like she deserves, like she did, like, so yeah, like but I'm like, no, you don't understand. I was like
seeing red,
mad. Yeah, and I don't like that. So I avoid.
I've been there before. It happens. We all get there. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and open up the panel for us because I know there were some more questions that I do still have. I start them for myself.
I don't get called Clarice. I have gotten Wednesday Addams and somebody on SNL.
I was thinking more of the Wednesday Addams for you. But what I did also drop the link on your end too.
That's scary.
No, I mean on the I dropped it on the, I'm sorry, my brain's going 10 different ways. I dropped it in the private chat. So if you do want to copy it and drop it on for your chat, if they want to join in that direction. But it has been almost 2 hours. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play that little intro video again, just to give us a few, actually, you know what I'm going to do? Because I'm sure there are other viewers that don't know what the Manosphere is. So I do have a little video that kind of explains.
Let them know. Perfect.
A little bit. But
I love it.
It does have a little joke at the end as far as like who my friend Ashley and I are on this side and what we do over here. So pay attention. You might learn something new. But for you, Mel, you got 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So if you need a drink refill, restroom break, whatever you need, I'm gonna and we'll go from there. All right. And then in the meantime, for the chat, if you want to start joining the panel, go ahead and start hopping backstage. And when the video is done, if anybody's back there, we'll pull you up. Okay, here we go.
Red pill is basically the awareness that you come to when you realize that all of the Disney fantasies and all of those ideas and values from the blue pill matrix are a complete lie. Red pill mirrors reality, what the world actually is versus what you want it to be. Blue pill is basically you wanting to see the world a certain way, you expecting the world to be a certain way and to respond to you a certain way when it does not. They're so embedded and so indoctrinated by those ideas that they can't function otherwise without them. It's like their lives wouldn't make sense if they were to let go of those old blue pill falsehoods. Now, the purple pill is basically the belief that you can still live out those old blue pill idealisms and that old blue pill lifestyle with red pill awareness. Thinking you can use your new red pill awareness to make your old blue pill beliefs and Disney fantasies come true. And you can't. You know, it's like you thinking that you're going to find that unicorn of a woman out there who is going to love you unconditionally, who is not going to shit test you, who is going to just love you for who you are without you needing to bring any value to the table. Unfortunately, that is not reflectant of reality either. The black pill is basically the center between going from blue pill to red pill. So a lot of guys will end up going black pill, where guys give up completely. And again, the black pill comes from guys kind of getting stuck in the middle of the blue pill and transforming all the way to red pill. So they're basically just losing hope completely. They're just giving up.
And then there's the morning after pillars. Sarah and I, we have donned the phrase the morning after pillars. And we are just combining them all into one. If you take them all, it'll just abort any and everything that anyone might put inside of you, including your feelings. Yes,
you just come up with that
one.
That's so weird. Nobody's in the backstage yet. I kind of expected more of you to pop in. Especially all you trolls. I didn't even get a troll in the backstage. That's weird. Did I pin it? Did I drop the right? Yeah.
Oh, I saw what you did. I wish I knew how to do that. Of like,
Pinning it?
My boundary with panels is I am not going to entertain psychopaths.
I bet you get a lot more than maybe. I don't know.
So, like in this genre, like I'm very selective about just opening up my panel, you know, like, but yeah, a lot of people will get like freaking dick bagged or whatever that's called. And this is like, then you're done.
So we do this magical thing over here where I go like this. Actually, we got Dylan in the background. Dylan, you can either cam up real quick for me in the backstage, or I could throw it up. I see you. So here's what I normally do, Mel, is I'll just throw a picture up like this. So now we're completely covered. You can't see anybody on screen, and I can add Dylan on screen. He's technically on screen right now, but nobody can see him. Dylan, if you want to go back to not camming, that's up to you. But I see you. I know it's you. And then I can just hit the background, bring him back up. And now here he is. And I can voice confirm and make sure it's him. I can also see in the backstage on my end. You probably can't see it on your end, but I can see that he is either, you know, showing us his dick or not. So like it's that overlay when you go to
it's not.
but it's not. It's just you, Dylan. No penis. So
hello, Sarah. Hello, Mel. Nice to meet you.
Hi. How are you?
Hi. I saw no one was calling in, and I have a few minutes. I only have a few minutes, but I figured I'd hop in since no one else was doing it.
Oh, thanks, Dylan. I'm actually surprised. Normally it like starts filling up pretty crazy. But I think because it's not Manosphere talking points that they're like all like they don't have anything smart to say. They don't have stupid shit.
I decided to start dipping my toe into this genre as a break from that. I do want to say real quick, like, yes, like my passion is understanding the violent mind, the psychopathy that makes people who they are. But when I have a family, and like that's the ethics of true crime, is just like I've worked with several families, and when I take on a family, like, I don't go away. I don't just cover their story and bow out. Like, they're now, like, I end up being a victim's advocate because the court system sucks.
Mhm.
And they don't even bother to tell them that the court has been canceled that day. And like I literally, with the permission of the mother, because I thought if I can get him not fixated on her. So me and my friends built a profile for me to pretend to be. And I reached out to this killer in prison, like he's been held in the Marion County Jail. And I had my persona and my way of like, that was freaking eerie as hell, because when you look in that eyes, like there is nothing fucking there, and I played this role. If I can get because he killed his son out of spite for her. I mean, and it's one of those, he's an illegal alien for one, so that he has rights in the judicial, like, family court blows my mind. But his little boy, he killed him, and the kid said, like, if I go to my dad's this weekend, he's gonna kill me. And he did. And he didn't do the murder at all, but he dismembered his son and hid his body in 3 states, just so that she would never have him back.
Oh,
those types of killers view children and wives as property. That power control wheel is real, and you're not a person to them. You are a possession, and there's a lot of danger in that. And that's why I cover preemptive true crime with Reno. Yeah.
So, Dylan, do you follow any like true crime documentaries or movies or shows or books or articles, or do you just watch the news?
Yeah, not at all. I will say that I'm born and raised Long Island, and so the whole Long Island serial killer thing, for me, that hits close to home.
I bet.
I think it was like a year ago when it started coming back on the news, and they had that. Yeah, like they had that primary suspect, and they were showing that guy's face. And I was having flashbacks to like 10 years ago, before I even left for college, when they were finding those initial bodies. And I have to say, I don't personally, I'm not one of these people who gets like really fascinated with serial killer TV shows, or like, I did like Dexter. I liked that show. That was cool.
I did like Dexter too.
But personally, I've never really been too into the whole, serial killer fix thing. I do have a couple thoughts that I wanted to share, because I was listening. I hopped on really late. I hopped on like 10 minutes ago. So, pardon if I'm missing some beats that you guys hit. But look, so, all right, these are my unique thoughts that I want to share for this stream, okay?
Bring it, Dylan.
I think that, this is my own personal belief, I think that all human beings, I think that there are 4 great pleasures in life, okay? Food, music, consensual sex, and then the fourth one, consensual violence. Okay?
Really?
So now listen. I think that on a primal level, I think that all human beings, we are fascinated by violence. I think that we all have within us this innate curiosity and fascination with violence, because I think that at a primal level, we all like violence. Because think about it, there's been so many years of like evolution where we fought, like all of us fought to survive. But now we're in modern times where fighting is not around, but we still kind of have this like embedded, like when we see violence on TV, when we see fighting in TV shows or movies, or when we tune into the UFC, everyone's eyes are glued to the screen. Why is that? It's because we, like, whether we will verbally attest to it or not, we are all, we like violence. So the thing I want to say is this. Look, I'm a martial artist, okay? I train Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I just got finished training. I'm in the car on my way home, and what I want to say is, I think that, look, I don't know anything about serial killer psychology. I don't have a degree in. I didn't study psychology in college.
Me neither.
Right? I'm not a psychoanalyst. I don't know anything about like identifying psychopathy in other human beings. I'm well aware that there are legitimate psychopaths out there. I do believe that there is such a thing as evil. I think that there is, like, evil exists. I think that but let me stay on track here with what I'm trying to say. I think that we as a collective society, we need to be really careful with labels, because I think that everybody, yeah, I think that this is what I think. I think everyone actually has the capacity to commit such things. And my whole thing is this, especially with boys, especially with men, we have to have outlets in our society, in our culture, to allow for consensual violence, right? Like, because we all have rage within us, we all have anger, we all sometimes just want to strangle someone, you know what I mean? But like, I've been training jiu-jitsu since 2015, and I get out of work and I get to go to a padded room and roll around on the ground with other men, and we get to practice choking each other, and then afterwards we shake hands and we say thank you, and then we go to sleep and we get to do it all the next day. And so I think that if we can have more cases like this in our world, where we can get that repression, that like aggression repression out of our system, I think that the world would be a much better place. And that is it for me, spreading the jiu-jitsu gospel. With that, I'm gonna sign off.
I love you, Dylan.
I want my kid to learn that.
Rebuttal.
Safe is jiu-jitsu. I can't say the word right ever. Jiu-jitsu.
So I think that Dylan's point didn't really make any sense. There's plenty of outlets available. There's been plenty of outlets available. So I don't know what his point really was, except that he likes jiu-jitsu.
I think it's just like a on a broader scale of consensual violence. I think of the BDSM world, like, where, you know, that is a fetish type area where there's like whole community, and like that's what, when I hear consensual violence, my brain is like, oh, like, is he going to talk about that stuff? But yeah, I think like your like, if you track back, whether you believe in I say this because I'm just like programmed too, whether you believe in adaptation or evolution, like the evolution of man, of hunt gather, you know, and like the role, like there are innate things, but I think to say that like everyone is like has that a violence like that, like no, or to play that out. Yeah, I like watching boxing. I mean, does that make like I like watching, you know, UFC, and I loved WWE when I was a kid. Like, I literally
I think we all did, though. Like, we all did.
Or when I'm watching a men's lacrosse game, holy shit, like that was blowing my mind. My kid played lacrosse as a girl, so when we went to like a boys lacrosse game, it's like, if that was my kid, I would literally rip him off of that field by the ear. Like,
it's just as rough as
how they're allowed to act. Football, I mean, there's a lot of violence in like sports that, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, okay, so let me ask: would we
I'll have to look into
would we more rather agree with the idea that we just have a rechanneling of physical energy that we need to do, right? So some people, like me, I like to create things, whether it's with my hands or with my mind. Like, I like to create things. I'm very much into charcoal drawing. I'm very much into creating these videos, and you know, this has become like a new release or outlet for me, for instance. I remember going like with my physical trainer. I remember going in one day. We were trying all sorts of different styles of training between like the the, the bells, the like, I don't know. We were all over the place. The bike, like all sorts of different stuff. The pole. And then finally I walked in one day and she just took one look at me and she's like, "You look like you need to hit something, Sarah." And I'm like, "Yes, I do. I need to hit something very bad." And she took me to, she put the gloves on me and I started, working with her on the mitts and then on the bag and found a new love and realized, yes, I need to rechannel a lot of like physical energy outward onto something. But I don't think it has to be directed at a person, or I don't think I need to scrapple with somebody on the
Like a
ground.
bar fight or prove my manlyhood by,
Yeah, I
I
think
would
that,
beat you up, like that whole chest bumping, looking like kangaroos coming
but
at
see,
each
I
other.
think
Like, what?
Dylan's coming from a very controlled
I think
environment
so.
too. And
Yeah,
it's a very well respected one, and a lot of it has to do with discipline and control. So the way they are fighting is a very controlled element. But like him doing jujitsu on the mats with somebody is just the same as me doing hitting the mitts or doing a charcoal drawing or something like that. Oh, based
And I
or
may have confused him by saying violent minds.
I think
that's Gary
but
Picardo.
here's I think where maybe he was trying to get. Here's where I think he was trying to get. Taper, give me just a second. I'll bring you up. I think he was.
Oh God.
Oh no.
Making his name.
You're gonna derail.
I know, but so. Oh God, I totally lost my thought. Here's where I think he was going. Is that if more people were doing these other things to rechannel their energy in positive directions where they could get this physical outlet and could get that energy out and could allow their minds to settle down, because when you get all worked up, you got adrenaline pumping, you've got the fight or flight going, you got survival mode, you got trauma theory in there. There's all sorts of different things going on when you don't like let everything decompress, and sometimes the only way to decompress is physical outlet. So I think maybe that's the kind of direction he was going, was for that. And I've got historical and I've got Spicoli back there
bats and stuff. Have you ever seen
all
those?
my fanboys are here
Yet. I want to go like break things. It's like a controlled environment where you
the rage room.
go in and like they give you like all of these things. You can take a bat, you can have like it's
Too
just
bad
like I want to see what that feels like.
Too bad
I don't think
Ashley
I need
took
it personally for like myself. Like
Mhm.
like I said, reading that article changed my outlook on life, because there's just so much that you spend all your time giving away your fucks on that really just isn't fucking important. Like,
So Ashley and I went to a rage room, and it was right around the time when I think it was like right before I was separating, and I was very, very angry, and I was, I'm an internalizing type of person. So like we went to a rage room. Hold on, come back, Spicoli. I was gonna put you on in just a second. We went to a rage room because she came up here to visit me, and we smashed the shit out of. We bought like one of those old TVs or whatever, and we just smashed the shit out of it, and just we were just in sweat, beads of sweat everywhere. All right, so where'd Taper go? Did he leave? He left.
Now I will say what I was going to say.
Yes,
regarding
go ahead.
What Ryan probably meant to get at. Right, we all have a propensity for violence, right? We have an ability to, and probably, not even probably, definitely more towards men than women. And with that said, the idea that we need more outlets, I see what he's saying, that he finds value in the outlet of jiu-jitsu, right? I boxed for some years. I've, over 10 years in martial arts, so I've done plenty of this. And my point and even saying that, and where I'm going with it is, you can get just as much out of a run or something that has nothing to do with violence. If you're angry, and I'm not saying that you should do this, but if you're angry and you go on a 15-mile run, you'll probably get it out. So my point is not that he was wrong or that you shouldn't do combat sports or this type of thing.
Mhm.
But I think it kind of missed the point of why do people do this? Well, in some terms, they maybe have anger that they haven't released, whether it's boxing or jujitsu or something unrelated. What was Sarah saying? Painting rocks or something.
Charcoal
So,
painting. Or
charcoal.
charcoal drawing.
Or something to prove.
Right.
Of,
I like to produce things. Like I like to create.
I think like there's a lot of I guess I need to be careful what I say because I don't know much about this sphere. So I'll just.
Oh, you're all right. They'll live no matter what you say, and then they'll just come up and battle you on it, and then it makes it
Well,
more
I think
fun.
there's a lot of men that really don't know what they want, and they don't know what women want, and like there's this like labels. I hate fucking labels. Like this whole toxic masculinity. Fuck that. Like, no, I don't subscribe to anything like that. I understand where I can see that behavior, but I think some of it's like, oh, you know, like it's a lot of like, I have something to prove when it's really just like a self-esteem issue to where if I can, what's that mean?
Oh, I was trying to get Taper to give me 2 fingers just to make. Yeah, it's him.
Oh,
Because he was sitting really still, and there's some weird AI shit that they'll do that, and so I just wanted to make sure.
You know, to where
Snorkel.
they think that I'm a man if I can fight another man and I can like get the girl and I can say all the GQ words and I can put on this like these really cool clothes and like I can work out of the gym and like they don't really get.
So,
but there are women like that too, where it's like you look scary to me. Like you look like you look like a Snapchat filter that I'm seeing in real life. Like what is happening? I'm not attracted to that. Don't think there's some men that are. There's some men that aren't. Like, you know, like there's literally, but I'm not going to change who I am, and no one should. Like you should know who you are for one. And I think that a lot of men think that like if I can prove myself by going into a ring, like you know what I mean? Like I worked out. I was a gym rat for a really long time, and I was like, I will never date a gym rat because I had a stereotype of them of like when you're surrounded by mirrors and you got these dudes that are just like in love with their body. You know, it's like I don't want anything to do with that. I ended up marrying I'm not married, but like I'm with a gym rat because he had a Carhartt sweatshirt that covered it all up, you know, and I got to know him instead of the stereotype that I put on the men that work out. But like then I met all of his friends and like got to know them on a personal level. It's like much deeper than that, and they're actually great dudes. But
and that's where
the guy that's like more obsessed with looking at himself than any is self-aware of anything and making all kinds of weird noises, like get out, you annoy me.
Yeah, and that's where the pill colors come in. So that's that feeds into part of the black pill and then partially into like the pickup artistry. What you were talking about with like guys who can kind of smooth talk you and they're very like they're pickup artists. Like they have the certain lines and talking points. Yeah, based. I think you had a thought to that.
I'm just looking at Taper. Like about drool about to come out the one side of his mouth. So bringing it back to what you were getting at, Mel, I think that too many are trying to do the things that they think it takes to get to a certain place, like concentrating on the goal instead of the process.
Yeah.
And that's a big delineation, right? So it causes this sort of like, what am I trying to say? Not that they're fake, right? But it's almost like fake it till you make it. And the goal is, well, I want to be a cool man, so therefore I need to get the money and the women and this type of thing. Rather than
if I do all of these steps,
right?
And then, but when they don't actually understand those steps, they have this like then you've created an incel-ish person, you know, to where it's like, well, I did all of this, and like, why didn't it work? Well, it's because anyone with any kind of worth, and I hate it when a high value man and a high like all that bullshit, like, come on, you know, like when you have to say I'm a high value, you're probably not. Just like when people are like, well, my IQ is da 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 da. I don't give a fucking fork what your IQ is. Is it effective? Like, or when you have to say what your IQ is, you're probably not as smart as you think you are, you know? And that's what I see a lot of in this new, like, men trying to figure out, and they're like, women, it's all our fault. And like, there's so many things where I'm just like, it's situational. Like, you're putting your human experience, like your personal experience, and you're making it everybody's like this, when that's simply just not true. Like, you have that experience and it's unique to you, but it doesn't create like a whole, it's not a thing. Like, it's just not a
to
thing.
that point, do you think that you've kind of separated your experiences in doing the cold truth, what you're doing with that, knowing that the anecdote is going to be a flux of negative things happening, right? Like, you're delving into dark territory, so to speak. So do you think you're able to compartmentalize that and say, I'm just seeing so much because I'm delving into it?
Right. It has been, I'll tell you what, like, it has been, because like I said, you know, I started out as that little nerd in the library, you know, and it has been a learning curve of making sure I protect myself, because I do end up caring about these people, and I'm just one person. Like, and then I dealt with like the guilt and the people like Frank, of what he did in our community, and like not just being like people just suck. Like, they're just suck. And
Well, this is what I mean, though. You're in those worlds, you know what I mean? So it kind of skews your vision towards that.
It can. And then but the thing is like, it's been I've learned so much about other people for the good too. And I've learned so much about myself, my boundaries within this true crime world, and that I don't mind being an island of my own. You
Can you
know,
give
like,
an example of what you've learned? Like you were saying for yourself, like it sounded like good things, some of them.
yeah, things that helped me to know myself, you know, because my view is this: a mistake is only a mistake if you don't learn from it. And if you learn from it, it's a life lesson. And those are always invaluable. They always make you a better person. And you know, like the one case I was telling you about, where sometimes I just do things impulsively, and I look back and I'm like, what in the world? I could have died. Like, what was I thinking? You know, like, just, and like putting myself across a screen from a killer, like that really, it gave to this day. Now, he had and I mean no disrespect to anyone with an accent. I don't even want to say what the accent is, but when I hear that, it triggers like a response in me. And it's
that makes sense, by the way.
I learned things from that, of like, but when a mother is talking to you on the phone and you're trying to help her prepare to see this person for the first time in court, and she's just talking, you know, and I'm just listening, and she's just kind of nervous talking. And like, she told me about she has a casket picked out for her son, and it's shaped like a baseball. And I'm like, oh, like, I hadn't heard of that. Like, that's really cool. I'm glad that you know, your community was able to help you with that fund. And she's like, well, they're for infants, because when I get my son's body back, I know he won't be whole. And that just like, that's a mother's reality. That led me down a path that was really mentally dangerous for me. And so that's what I mean by, but at the end of it, there's just, if you look, there's always going to be a silver lining and something that you can take out to make you a better person, a more well-adjusted person. So yeah, like being in this genre is, you know, like there's a lot of evil. You can become very jaded, you know, and there are times when I'm just like, especially in the judicial system that's black and white, when people like they're, you know, like you have these black and white laws that just, there's a guy in Mississippi he got life without the possibility of parole for shoplifting and, a robbery, a non-violent, like a non-armed robbery, and at the same time caught with cocaine. It was under that 3 strikes you're outlaw. This is a dude that's like in prison for the rest of his life, and then you got murders they're letting go that literally go out and end up being serial killers, pedophiles they're letting out, you know, in the same state because they're too expensive to house. And it's just like, so all of those can really get to you, or you can turn that energy into something that makes a change. Like you can turn that into action and write to your write to the House of Representatives, write for, you know, and fight for the right things. And then kind of know your role within that of like, I'm not just one person. I can do my part, but that's it. You know?
Pardon me for just a second. Let me, I've got Glenn in the backstage. I hope it's Glenn and not somebody weird. Glenn, is that you?
Well, I am weird, but it is Glenn.
Fair enough. Thank God. Woo, I get nervous when they come in audio only, man.
Look,
You should
trust
know
me,
better.
there are not going to be many people that are going to try to, you know, come off as me. Like they just won't be able to do it. It won't work very well for them. And it'll just be a really bad day. And I'm like the worst person to try to impersonate. Like you're better off trying to impersonate Based. Like
this dude's doing right here, right?
Oh man, you guys got to start already. I just got here. Can I have five minutes?
Oh shit, he took off his glasses. He means business.
Oh, God. Here we go.
So Mel, I know you're not aware of too many of the dramas, but Based Oracle and Board Snorkel, also known as Taper or William or Pumping Vinyl, is his channel. If you guys want to go check that out too. These two do not get along whatsoever.
No,
why? I think we get along very well. He, you know, he had my picture up as his background last time. He's a little bit obsessed with me. That's the only weird thing. But other than that, we're pretty
I would say the opposite there, Mr. Oracle. I mean, just my observations.
You should address me as Mr. So that was good.
Mr. Oracle. Okay, I'll call you Mr. Oracle. There you go.
Or you can
Your
use
Majesty.
sir, you know. Yeah, even better.
Sir. Okay, yeah.
See what a good rapport we have?
I know. See,
he knows his
we were
place
getting along the whole time.
As it should be.
I actually, real quick, not to interrupt, because I have, you know, we've heard you talk a little bit tonight, but, you know, when you jump in here, I do notice that you kind of pounce on the fellas here a little bit. And I just wanted to say, hey, that's not a bad thing to do necessarily. I mean, you want to definitely point out people's flaws or whatnot, but, you know, maybe offer some constructive criticism instead of just kind of like jumping all over a fella.
You should be less.
Are you talking about me?
Oh, I was talking about Based Oracle.
I just got here. What did I say? What did I say to offend?
I didn't say.
The ambassador of toxic
he just perpetually
but
butthurt.
still,
Don't worry about it.
Seriously.
Wasn't trying to drag Glenn into this here. I just wanted to really just clear the air.
I'm going to be quiet now.
Okay, yeah. This, I guess, was between Based Oracle and myself. So, I was just offering, you know, my suggestion to be more constructive with people, because it does seem like you like to kick people in the balls, so to say, and leave them with nothing else. So,
is that how you feel? You feel like I kicked you in the balls?
No. I didn't think you were kicking me in the balls. I definitely felt like that was kind of your goal there. But I have kind of checked out your channel a little bit, and it does seem like that's kind of the game you play with guys. You kind of, you know, jump all over them. I think
mediocre intelligence, I would not blame you for feeling that way. And I'm trying to be generous. I'm trying to be nice. Like you said, I can be a little nicer.
yes, you can.
I mean, the thing is like, if what is your what's your purpose in just kind of coming on to these?
You've been watching me.
Well,
you
listen,
should know,
no,
right? You should know.
I'll jump in there and see what you're up to. But I see you do stream quite a bit, a lot more than I do, and you're streaming in front of like maybe.
I wouldn't know.
You're streaming.
I guess you were checking me out a bit more than.
Oh, of course. You know, I mean, when you leave a comment on a video. Well, listen, when you leave a comment on my video and I'm like, I didn't even know you even knew about my channel or what I do. You leave a comment on my video, I'm going to run and see, well, what's this guy all about?
Want to take this?
Hey,
like,
listen.
No, just real quick. I want to clear. I'm not.
Paper for a second. I'm going to be right back. Don't fuck up.
All right, fair enough.
Oh, great.
You couldn't even not interrupt for a moment there, Taper.
No,
Mel, it was a pleasure to meet you.
Hello, Glenn.
You know,
we're still making the rounds here.
But okay, guys, go ahead. Back to your
No, and I just want to point out here, and I don't want to like I said, I don't want to pull an all-nighter on this here, but you know, you left a comment on my video. This is fine. You can leave your opinions. They're more than welcome. I'm not a comment deleter at all.
What did it say?
But I don't really remember. I mean, I don't want to go
why'd
back.
You bring it up then?
Well, just listen to me, okay? Here's why I brought it up, okay?
I'm trying to, but it's difficult.
Yeah, well, don't interrupt, and it won't be so difficult for you.
What'd you say?
I said don't interrupt, and it won't be so difficult for you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Do I need to repeat myself again? Okay.
Yeah, could you? Yeah, we didn't hear enough of you so far. All right, go on.
I don't know, man. I think we hear quite enough from you.
We heard. Have another drink, Taper. That's what you need.
Okay. Well, you know, I go on your channel. I don't know. It does seem like you haven't, you know, crossed over 200 subs. You get about 6 views per live stream, and I just noticed you're kind of in there talking shit about men who just like, you know, may not be, you know, like Tarif or whatever. I mean, I kind of think you're jumping on guys, and it's not quite fair what you're doing. And I don't know what your goal is because I have seen your game, and it's not quite, you know. I wouldn't say you should be.
You've seen none of my channel.
No, I have. I've seen your interactions. I saw
you
the other night on Torsh's channel, and I mean, you don't blow me away. And I mean, I'm not saying
pretty obsessed about it.
No, dude. Like I said, I'm not obsessed about it. It's like you leave a comment on my channel. I don't go to your channel.
What did it say, Taper?
I'm not
you
that.
You just said you do go to my channel. Now you said you don't go to my channel.
Listen, Based Oracle.
I'm trying.
Okay,
it's difficult.
To illustrate to you how not obsessed I am with you. I don't remember your comment. I just said, oh, he left a comment. I'm going to do a quick response and go check this guy out and see what he's all about. And that's it. And I'm telling you, you're talking to a guy.
That's a good story,
live streamer. No, listen, I'm a good live streamer. Okay,
no,
I know what I'm doing. Listen, I 100 live viewers. I can get 100 live viewers.
I got 100 live viewers. No
yeah,
one gives a shit.
Bro, all I'm saying, man, I know what I'm doing. Okay. I have a good game.
As long as you think
YouTube.
That. Yeah, your game is good.
And, no, what I'm saying is I would never call into a show like this and shit all over a guy over a mediocre or bad speed date. I would say, hey, this is what worked for you. This is what you could do better.
You asked for feedback.
No, I didn't ask for feedback. No, I specifically remember there was that night that you called in and it was your goal. You spent, like I said, it was like 5 hours that night. You didn't say very much.
Question, by the way.
Yeah, Mel, go for it.
This seems like there's like a backstory
this
that I'm like
this is couples therapy, Mel.
And is this because I'm not like used to this sphere of like paneling? But
no.
What is
welcome to couples therapy?
How is this on topic with like what was being discussed?
Yeah,
Mel,
Taper.
I'm going to be real honest with you, Mel.
Like there's something there with you two, and like. I say to both of you, like, whenever, like, you know, like, figure that out. I don't understand what it has to do with, like, what we were doing earlier.
I don't either. Yeah, I don't know why he jumped in to start.
Is that okay to say to you?
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Well, I mean, that's the name that popped up, so I just couldn't tell him.
That is his name. That's
no, it's okay.
Was saying it right, but
no. And I'm not pulling.
I've never watched really any. I have like a few of what Based Oracle said to Frank, who was on, who is a person that like a man that really does need like some male role modeling. I don't know if that's what you do with your channel or what your channel is about, but you know, like in this world, we cannot let other people's opinion of us affect us. Like it
Right.
can't like take up space when the computer closes. Like life, like it's not.
I'm with
How
you,
many
Mel.
views is like. I mean, my channel, they'll be like people use that against me too. And it's like, I could literally give 2 fucks less. Like, I do this for another reason and I have a job and like, this is just a passion, you know? It's like, so when people are like, well, I have more subscribers than you, like, it can kind of like that kind of like puts like a
cringe.
No, listen. It's because this guy's telling me how to.
I'm not trying to.
No, this guy's kind of telling a guy. All right, I know what I'm doing on the sphere. I don't need anybody's advice for anything. What I was trying to say to you, Base Oracle, is I think your role as calling into these shows and shitting on people isn't really helping anybody. And I was just saying, just be a little bit more constructive. That's really all I have to say to you. But Mel, actually,
I didn't ask, but okay.
Kindness is a big thing, you know. Well, okay. Like I wish more people would start with like kindness first. So.
Because the thing is, Base Oracle, is you shit all over me, and I know that when you were watching my speed date with Torsha, it was more like
nobody cares about the speed date. This has nothing.
Well,
to do with
you stop interrupting me, you little punk! For fuck's sake,
bro, why you get so emotional?
No, because you interrupt me when I'm trying to make a point. All right, you do this to everybody. You do this to everybody, like you're doing it right now. I'm going to talk over you till you stop interrupting me. You do not get the point. You don't get the point. When you stop talking, I'm going to finish my point, Based Oracle. You do this to everybody, okay? Knock it off. I know exactly what you're doing, okay? You can have a microphone turned up to the fucking high heavens. I'm going to talk over you every time until you let me finish.
In his malehood.
All right, I really have nothing to say to you, okay?
You understand, like,
thank you.
Okay.
Here's how he's figured. Like, have you ever seen the Good Will Hunting? Have you ever seen Good Will Hunting?
I have not.
Movie? Okay, well, there's a scene in the movie where Will is like he is a bona fide genius, like memorizing books, doing physics. He's working as a janitor, and he's fucked up. You know, he's got all these issues. So he goes in. There's a scene where he goes in. His psychiatrist is Robin Williams, and Will notices a painting. There is a point to the story, I promise. Will noticed a painting on Robin Williams. I don't know his name in the movie. And he's like, "Oh, what's this? Are you that boat in that storm? Like, what happened? Did your wife leave you? Like?" And
goes
then
his way to get rid of this therapist.
It didn't work, but like, yeah, he immediately knew his trigger. Like he figured it out, and he kept pushing him until finally Robin Williams takes him by the throat and don't you ever fucking mention my wife again. So that's some advice to you. There, when people they find something that's gonna get you to raise your level, like. Just remember that there are people like that is a tactic, like, and to know that like that's something that you have to be conscious of and of not letting that like dictate interactions with people because they're trying to get you to be angry, because then that's discrediting your own self in your own words, if that makes sense.
He gets very triggered. Very trigger happy.
You know, I honestly didn't know you were even going to call in tonight, Base Oracle. I wanted to talk to Mel, to be honest. And then
why did you come on talking to me then?
Because everybody expected it. The chat was like, "Oh, they want to see
what they think." See, this is the problem: is you have no frame of your own taper. Right? Oh, this is what they wanted.
We could reverse this whole video when it's over and see the point where, hey, they want to see us, and it ended up happening before I could get in. Like, say hi, Mel, how are you doing tonight? I actually called in because you're into true crime, and I am from the vinyl community, and I was watching vinyl community live streams tonight, and to sort of show my support to those guys. But I was kind of peeping in a little bit. I heard you're a WWE fan, or maybe once. At one point were?
Yeah.
Okay. All-time favorite wrestler?
Well, I'm going to get...
top
I know
three?
it's like cliche, but Macho Man.
Okay.
I'm not, and I think it was more because I was expected to be like a huge Elizabeth fan. And I'm like, why is she in the way? Like, get her out of there. Like, where's Macho Man Randy Savage? But yeah, like Andre the Giant, I really liked him. I mean, it was something that bonded me and my dad and my brother.
Okay,
and like we had all the toys.
Well, so you're really old school, it sounds like. I was expecting to hear like a John Cena in there or something, but
no, I did this with WWE. Like that's what I grew up on. Obviously, I hope this freaking Mike Tyson Paul goes down. Like I think he's gonna get killed. Like Mike Tyson is this. I don't care how old that dude is, but I like that kind of stuff. I like we rent a lot of fights and and like that kind of stuff. But yeah, like the fake wrestling as an adult, I'm just like, oh my, but as a kid, man, that was it. Like,
yeah. I mean, and yeah, when I was growing up, it was all, the comic book stuff or like the cartoon stuff. And then it started high school years when it got into the more raunchy soap opera stuff. So I was more into like Stone Cold, the Rock, the Attitude Era. So,
yeah.
But like, I always appreciate the old school stuff, That's always the most, I don't know, that's sometimes the most fun to just sit back and watch and, eat a bowl of cereal too. I don't know if you can relate. Gets a very nostalgic feeling.
Concessions for dinner, like I want frosted flakes. I haven't had them in forever.
I need you to stop referring to that era as the old school stuff. Okay, it's offensive to us old people. All right, because I remember Razor Ramon, Hulk Hogan, Macho Man Randy Savage, The Undertaker, Kane. Oh man.
Yeah, no,
PX was the group back in the day. They taught us to tell everybody to suck it.
Oh yeah, no, you beat me to the punch.
But you're saying old school, and I'm like, yo, bro, what are you calling me?
I was not meant to be offensive. I'm sorry, Mr. Glenn Lawrence. No, you're all right. And I guess Mel, you might not, be too familiar with me. I am known to maybe ask somebody a weird question, but I do want to repeat something I saw in the chat earlier. And who is your favorite serial killer?
That favorite is I mentioned studying the listening to the interrogations and reading in research that was written about Israel Keys. He is one that is that dude, we share the same kind of weird background of being cut off, kind of living in society, but not really because of the religion that I grew up in. And he was homeschooled as well. And so on the surface, I'm looking at him and it's his family seems my family was there was things, but I wasn't seeing a lot. But then once you start to dig in, you're that family was really fucked up. But then Ed Kemper is one to be a psychopath and because they're psychopaths. Most psychopaths end up being very successful. We have a lot of politicians that are bona fide psychopaths. There's neuroscientists. Just because you're a psychopath doesn't mean that you're going you have a proclivity to be a murdering one, but you can
well, a lot of politicians
that's why Ed Kemper is so fascinating to me because he's one that once he realized that he's the co-ed killer in killing all of these women, he was actually killing his mother because she was the one that he hated. He had an animosity to. His final act was to go kill her and her friend and then cut her head off and screw his mom's face.
Yeah.
And then he immediately went and told on himself.
That was really sexual.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of those killers, they seek victims that remind them of someone,
Yeah. Like Ted Bundy. He got he was dating a girl that was more in, that ran in that maybe upper middle class. And he felt she kind of slighted him because he wasn't in that class or maybe not as considered an intellectual or a a collegiate type, so he literally set out to prove her wrong. And then to the point to where he actually went back, won her over just to dump her. So this is a guy that's like that. And then he killed all of the women that he killed looked just like her. And there was one that he thought looked like her. And then she ended up with short hair and he let her go. It didn't fit that, And so, there's so many. There's so many that like no one's ever heard of. So if I told you guys about it, it would take like 5 hours to explain why their minds and like understanding would take very long, so no one's ever heard of them.
Yeah. Well, no, it's funny the thing you mentioned about politicians, because Ted Bundy was a politician. I think
so into that.
Yeah. And I mean, it's funny that you've heard conspiracies about like Bill Clinton, or I was going to show you this. This is Fortunate Son by J.H. Hatfield. What's that? Huh? Yeah. Fortunate Son by J.H. Hatfield. So this book is kind of out of print. I think this is a first edition, and they've put this book out several other times, but kind of one of those things is like each edition comes out and there's omitted information. But no, this guy isn't even alive anymore over this book. This tells the whole story about the Bush crime family and everything.
Isn't that wild?
No, it's crazy, and it goes back to like Iran-Contra years, and there's even
that president.
There's even ties to the JFK assassination. So believe it or not, with the Bush family. So, this is a pretty important book. I actually, with you being into true crime, I was gonna hold up a few of my favorites, but are you like, and I'm like into conspiracies too. So I guess I did just notice when I looked off to the side, like a couple of these have like conspiracy literally in the name, but but no, this is a good one here. Rule by Secrecy by Jim Marrs, who wrote Crossfire, which is probably the best book that you can get on the JFK assassination. But this is like a good overview of like, tells you a little bit about like world history basically, or like political history over the last like 150 years or so. And, just kind of gives a little brief overview of like wars. And this is a good, like, if you're confused on like, certain world events or like cults or whatever, or even like there's theories of like Hitler was like maybe like a politician selected to be like, to run a certain agenda. So I was going to ask you,
really offended by me when I talk about that topic.
About what? About Nazi Germany?
The Nazis in general, they don't say. When we try to erase history, there's a reason why people are trying to erase history, and not all Nazis were evil. They were simply fear-mongered.
Have you heard of this book here? So it was after. Yeah, no, this is actually true. Paperclip Conspiracy.
Listen, dude, like I'm reading books like.
Yeah. No, and I'm sorry. I was just kind of throwing stuff out here, and like,
I'll dip my toe. You know what you should check out is Deport Session Wednesday nights. They have conspiracy nights. This is like Conspiracy Wednesday, and they dive into a lot of these. It ends up being a lot of fun.
They're a
great group.
I was in one of those conspiracy groups when I was out in Seattle, and it's like
has it on Wednesday. Then everybody
that's ironically enough, it was on Wednesday.
In Seattle paper.
I did, yeah, for
how long?
About 5 years. From like 2014 to 2017. So it was like a little about 4 years or so.
Around the same time. Interesting.
Oh, okay, cool. No, I was right by the Space Needle. So.
Oh, like what? Is that Capitol Hill?
No, that's Queen Anne.
Queen Anne. Okay.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I used to own a barbershop in Capitol Hill.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Well, you know what? Can I show a book that I got? One of my all-time favorite. This will be the last. I mean, we can talk books, but I did buy this in Seattle for $10. Do you know what this is all about here?
Mark a line. Is it Gary Webb?
Yeah, Gary Webb. There's a movie about it called "Kill the Messenger," which this is a book that he wrote about the Iran-Contra scandal, and he wrote it for like a San Jose newspaper, like this whole story. And this was back like when free journalism was like more of a thing, and you didn't have like major, news outlets
Yeah.
owning every newspaper and everything. So, he ran this story in like some San Jose newspaper, and they let him do it and everything. And then the San Jose newspaper ended up, having to apologize for allowing the article. But no, everything in this book is true. And this is about the Reagan administration selling weapons to the Contras during the Iran-Contra scandal. Pretty crazy story. If you don't want to, if you can't find this book, definitely watch the movie Kill the Messenger. But I wanted to show this. I bought this at...
Sounds so familiar. I feel like I have seen that it's an older movie.
It's not too old. I think last 15, 20 years maybe. This book came out in the late 90s, but I wanted to show you. I bought this at a communist bookstore in Seattle for $10. This is a first edition hardcover, which I think is pretty much like a $200 book, because they've put this book out too, and have omitted information in like paperback releases. But I wanted to show you, very amazing, that this is actually one of the coolest things I own, because it's signed by Gary Webb right here.
Oh, that's cool.
Rest in peace. So I just wanted to pull this out and show a true crime nerd like myself, one of my coolest possessions there. So
I like, there's different parts where you just like, we were more drawn to, even though I just had this guy reach out to me that says that he watched, like, I'm willing to get down to the bottom of if there's any truth to this, but he watched Hoffa being murdered, and says he watched, like, that's where he's buried and all of this stuff. And I'm not that far from where he is. I'm like, well, if let's go dig him up. Like, what kind of, like, but then, I was calling his bluff. And so, he doesn't know. He's like, well, like, and I'm like, no, I have friends that live like right where you said you live. We can, you don't have to, I'm just I'm not going to kill you or anything, but like, if you know where Jimmy Hoffa is, like, let's go. Like, if you know where he's buried, like, or whatever you're saying, then, but yeah, and then it was just like backtracking 101, So I was like, but I that's not my, I get into more like politics of, I hate it all. I just think it's just all fucked,
Oh yeah.
You have these extremes again that.
Again, they've always been there.
Yeah, but like even more of like Democrats and Republicans, like who's left in those? This is like far right or far left, and like
no, they're the same. They're the same party. They're the same people. They just pretend to be different sides.
The irony
they
of
both
them,
have the same
like,
goal. They want
Biden
to.
Is funny though. I mean, if you he's 40-some year career, and he's voted outside of his party with the Republicans on like moral type laws and issues.
Biden,
yeah. That was crazy for me to watch, because that's what I don't vote. I'm never going to vote a party line.
Yeah, I don't vote lines. I just vote what I go off policies, and
if they voted outside of their party for the betterment of America, I'm going to dig deeper into that person. And other than like Trump, everyone they've been in the House, they've been in the Senate, they've had a long political career, which should
I don't necessarily would say that's a good thing.
They're groomed to be.
I don't necessarily think that's a good thing though. A
Voting
life
outside
in
of the party
politics.
lines?
No, I'm saying a life in politics.
I think it's super creepy, and like
I think it's like for those that can't teach. Well, if you can't, become an entrepreneur or run a successful, business or find a decent job, you get into politics. You get into like service. I mean, I don't mean that in a bad way, but that's what tends to seem to happen. Like we have a problem with these, like, in my opinion, long politicians like Biden. I think he is really that's where you start at the problem. You get rid of those guys that are making a career, out of this.
But is that really the
like
problem,
America
Glenn?
unite
Well, I
again.
think that I'm not saying that's the problem, but it's like if you're not noticing any change, it's probably because the same people that have been there for 50 years already.
Well, yeah, but hold on. If the same people were there for 50 years, but doing what you and I would say would be a good job, something we could agree they did a good job, we wouldn't be complaining about it.
Well, I see that's the thing. I think it's not so much like, oh, if you and I agree that they're doing a good job, then that means they're doing a good job. I think a really good politician is when everybody's pissed off at you, because that means you're not playing favorites. You're not like
I don't know
giving
about
into
that.
one side or
I
the
think
other.
people will be happy, happy when
Yeah.
they view that things are going well for the U.S.
Well, I think if it's in general, right? Like I don't want people to be like, oh, well, I voted for so and so because they voted for the bills that I want. Well, then that may be great for you, but if that's all they're voting for, it's all they're passing, then
Yeah, but
what about the
also,
other half of the population that feels like they have been like ostracized or like treated like the redheaded stepchild?
yeah, but let's be clear. People don't know what's inside of the bills. Most of the
Oh no, nobody
politicians
reads
don't
them.
know. Maybe none of them know what's
I
actually
do.
inside the fucking bill because it's 100 pages and nobody bothered to read it. And they're not even lying about it. They're like, look, we didn't read this shit, but sound good. And a
Well,
bunch
they do
of
the
bullshit is
filibusters,
baked
and then
in.
they just don't they drop these bills like last minute, and then like, okay, we got to vote on them tomorrow. Well, there's no way you're gonna read like 7,000 pages.
They wouldn't have
Of,
done it if it were a year from now, to be clear. But yeah,
oh
I
yeah,
hear you. I mean,
I
they
just think
couldn't in
I think the
essence.
way that our politics are today, it's a bunch of crap, and
It's
just
not
waiting
good.
for
Yeah.
a change somewhere.
The thing about politics is there's a lot of things that politicians kind of have to do that are immoral. Like you can't please everyone
What
kind of thing.
immoral thing do they
Yeah,
have
I'm
to do?
curious
Well,
of this.
yeah, I mean, you can't take care of everybody, and everyone expects the government to just like wave this magic wand and give everybody everything they need. And
I don't
I think
expect
that's
that.
the
really,
problem.
the truth is, though, the government shouldn't be working for you. It really is a collective effort to build your society. And I
agree
mean,
with
you do
that.
need a government to, I mean, we do need law enforcement to make sure that society functions and, people,
I think the
people,
government has grown too big, and it's supposed to be for the people, by the people,
Yeah.
and now it's for the populist.
It's for
I
the
think,
bureaucracy.
I think the economy is at a point where only big
We're headed towards
businesses can survive.
socialism,
And
yeah.
that's you really only have big government and big businesses, and you have small people right now. And that's the problem with far leftism, in my opinion. So,
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that we need to
Divisive, like the biggest fear to the people that we're talking about is people that are divided, and the people that are like, I don't subscribe to that and I don't subscribe to that. Those are the dangerous people in society. And if those people got together, like those are the people that these organizations that are masked as something that they're really not at all. When you really get to the bottom of them,
Yeah.
fear mongering. That's why, like, people
well, I
are
mean, like even causing
all
like
the Nazis
division.
were evil. That's simply that is 100% not true. That you were able to find that many people that there was Ivan the Terrible, there's Hitler, like there are some that they were sadistic fucks. But what happens when propaganda is used to and fear mongering is used on a daily, and I'm sorry, but when you use the family unit of like if you don't stop them, they're going to kill your children, and you use fear mongering to control, you can get people to do like, how many times have you seen like, I'm just doing my job, like I'm not going to die.
Yeah.
I'm not going to
People
let
don't want to stand up for
die.
anything.
Well, yeah, people don't want to like, they want to sacrifice. There's like, here's the thing. A lot of people have a problem with is doing what's necessary, doing the necessary sacrifices in order to get the victory that we need. And it's like, well, wait a minute, I don't want to make that sacrifice. I'm not going to be the one.
Somebody
like,
else
I have
will do
too
it.
much at loss. It's like, you want to kick the can down the road, then it's like, well, nobody's going to do it.
But if we can villainize them, we're creating a slippery slope, and then
We don't have to
we're cutting
villainize
it out
them.
of history.
That's the thing. We don't have to villainize them. That's
well,
not
that's what's easier for people to accept.
well,
is that
that's
they
what
want
that's what
all
that's
good
what we have
people.
been sold. You know, that's what
Yeah.
we've been told. But every time, think about it, every time that we have heard these crazy stories like Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction. Trust me, I was there. Didn't really say anything. You know,
Fear mongering.
it's crap. You know, it's like, oh, you know, if this Chinese virus is, you know, attacking people and it's a biological attack. Why did Bill Gates have like the alleged what was it? He had the patent on the vaccine already. Like, come on. Like, there's a lot of like unnecessary crazy stuff that goes on, and people just need to like sort through it. And see, what I think they do is they intentionally cause these problems between men and women, gender wars, race wars, class wars, ideology wars, because it's better. It's easier to control the masses when the masses are all at odds with each other. Because you know damn well if they actually if they are able to put their bullshit aside for 5 minutes, they would look at and see what's going on here and be like, oh no, we're done with this nonsense.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, so what did I miss?
Oh, you missed a lot. There was a about a 35-minute argument. But it was more of like a peacocking scenario. They both tried to shoot their shot at Mel, and I had to tell them, "Whoa, guys, no shot shooting right now." Sarah's
funny guy, Glenn.
You know.
Oh my God, you're macking on my guest of honor.
Truthfully, Sarah, I did want to talk to her about some true crime books, which I did have the opportunity to. And I don't want to be pulling an all-nighter on here tonight, but Mel, real quick before I jump off, and shout out Bad Gemini. I wanted to share with you my all-time favorite true crime story ever. And it was before I moved up to Seattle, I got obsessed with the D.B. Cooper story. I love this because it's not political.
For decades.
Oh, yeah. No, I love it because it's not political, and he didn't murder anybody that we know of. But I just think it's such a compelling story. I think the one movie they've made on it sucks. I think every documentary that they've made on it sucks. And I think this is just like Hollywood's having such an awful time coming up with a good movie script right now. I think D.B. Cooper story.
Mike Morford. He's a podcaster.
Mike Morford.
Mike Morford. I know his name in real life, but I'm like, I can't remember the name of his podcast, but I think it'll pop up if you type that name in. Mike Morford.
Okay, no, I definitely will. And then I was gonna it looks like we do have a request for a speed date here. It sounds like you're taken.
I have no idea what a speed date is.
We don't need to go there.
A virtual, make-believe
What are you talking about?
Well, I was just,
here we go.
Bringing up the chat here, Base Oracle.
I saw that earlier because I was like, what does that even mean?
No, Base Oracle gets a little nosy. Don't worry about him. But
no, you looking in the chat. Oh, this is what the chat wants. Oh, the chat would like this. Can we do this?
I mean, you know what? I'm always, I'm always looking for what people want to see. So
yeah, I know you are.
Yeah.
Bad Gemini, what's going on, my dude? Whoa.
Oh God.
Whoa. I thought that was a speed date with Bad Gemini for a second. Well, I think Sarah just set us up for a speed date, so we can, shoot the shit for a little bit.
I don't even know what that means. Because she was talking to me about it earlier. Is that where you were like, you can help people be on a date?
It's all fake, but Taper wants the content, and I think the crowd wants the content. So yeah, we're gonna give him like a few minutes of making content.
I have no idea what I'm doing, but what is
he's
it?
just gonna talk to you. And for a couple minutes, it's fine. You'll be okay. I'll save you if I need.
Yeah, no, she'll save you if and Mama Tomatoes here says no more speed dates. Well, we're gonna make this quick here.
It's gonna end up being a clip from LA.
Yeah, no.
Short.
Yeah, no, we'll make this quick. I think there's like a 5-minute cap here. But my name is William. I do have a YouTube channel as well. I did look into you as, before I jumped on, you have a couple thousand subs, so I should be really like intimidated and inferior. But I think we're all right. I think we're in good company. And are you Asian?
Mm-mm.
No, okay. I didn't know why I thought that, but
I mean,
no,
I
that's
could
cool.
break down my whole DNA profile of everything that I am, but
no, you could have lied to me too. That would have been all right. But no, there was a thought on the DB Cooper story I wanted to finish up on, and no, it was Brad Meltzer has a documentary called, he had a series called Decoded, and
yeah, I've seen that.
Okay, no, it's pretty popular, or not like outrageously popular or anything, but it's check out the DB Cooper story. It's very fascinating, and then he interviews an alleged accomplice on it too. So by far one of my all-time favorite true crime stories. And then, gosh, I don't know. I could just sit there and binge watch true crime documentaries on A&E all night. You know, even the ones that go on repeat for like every 30 minutes or whatever.
As creepy as that is, it's more of like a monotone male voice without like but sometimes my dreams are affected by those, and I was like, oh, that's like really fucked up that I actually I listen to this kinds of stuff in my sleep. It's like, because I can't fall asleep unless I can like concentrate.
Yeah, no, I was
of like, if I can say all of the words that even like that one guy, the through the wormhole guy, I can say who is it? I'm getting it wrong, but yeah, like I just have to listen to someone and like track their words, and then I can fall asleep. But some of it is like, really messed up.
No, I'm the same way.
There's an imposter in the true crime community that claimed to be DB Cooper's son there for a while. Come to find out, it's like that's schizophrenia from Alabama, but it was entertaining there for a second.
Oh yeah, no, the DB Cooper suspects rabbit hole you could go on for you could go on forever. No, but watch
it really happen. Like, I mean, there's a lot. There's
the Brad Meltzer one is really good. I would check that out if I were you. But shit, I don't know. See, I want to say one thing real quick about these speed dates is not the pressure's on when everybody's watching. Because like when I'm on a real date, I don't have like 100 people like eyeballs watching me, and then 100 people who are going to watch and talk shit about it the next day. But we got DJ Trish here. Shout out to I love DJ Trish. She's great. So, gosh, I don't know. I want to end this on a good note here, Mel.
I've literally never. I don't know what this even is.
Yeah, the thing is with these speed dates is like there's never going to be like this is going to end, and
it'll be
I'm going to wake up in the morning where I'm not going to have your phone number. I'm not going to call you. Hey, great speed date. You want to do it again sometime?
Okay. Good.
Probably not going to happen, but that's cool. That's all right. I feel like I want to end this in a train wreck so Sarah can come on and be like, all right, time to break this up now, guys. But unless you want to throw out the train wreck comment, I'd be all right with that.
I'm struggling to think.
Well, you know what? Let me ask you something. I do need a good book recommendation. True crime. And you can, if you have like in your stack,
Hunter of the Damned.
Okay, Hunter of the Damned. And I wanted to show this one. This is one of my most recent ones. This is The Strange Death of Europe by Douglas Murray. And this is just kind of like, questions culture migration and all that, and how it kind of does corrupt countries and governments. But very great perspective. One of the most important books written in the last 15 years or so. So anyway, did I train wreck this date yet?
Are those records or are those all books?
These behind me are all records. Yeah. No, I like I said, I'm from the vinyl community, so.
My sister would love you.
Your sister? Is she?
Oh man, the word love was brought in. Oh, right. Well, Taper, how did you think you did there?
I would like to, just say, hey, I had a nice time chatting with her and leave it at that. And I would like to say neutral. All right, neither a win nor a loss. All right.
Nice.
Well, we've already been informed that she is taken, so she,
And I knew that going into it.
Yeah. So.
Taper.
Okay, so that is like a thing. But
It's
is
like
it, or is it just like a learning tool?
It's a
for-
learning tool, but we
it's-
do them over here for shits and giggles. Really, like there's no meaning to it.
I'm just, I'm honestly just trying to make the
It's
VC laugh.
beneficial.
I don't know. Taper, has it been beneficial? All the critiques you've received?
Like I said, on
Everything's
these speed
beneficial
dates,
except from base. Like, let's just be honest. Like,
it's like the thing is these speed dates. I'm not sitting across the table from Mel.
Mhm.
This isn't like I picked her up. This is not a plan. We're going to a dinner, movie, or whatever. This is like you just threw me on the screen with her in the moment. So
yeah,
it is,
I thought it
need
was
to-
funny just to because you were trying to talk to her anyways, so why
Yeah.
not limit it down to where you can just have your conversation because you said you were gonna jump anyways. So
Yeah. Well, but here's what I like about speed dates is because it does help. Like for anyone out in the audience who's confused, like, hey, I don't know how to approach a woman. This is a very quick. Hey, you're in the moment. You're talking to this girl you've never talked to before, and then you should be able to take notes and constructive criticism for me, or this is what I wouldn't do. And I do want to give Base Oracle, his opportunity to offer constructive criticism.
Yeah, so I don't have anything for you on the date, but I got a question. Have you had your glasses checked? You asked her if she was fucking Asian?
I just was kind of joking there a little, but
I can see where you got it from, though.
yeah, I mean,
no, that was fine.
No,
that was
okay.
less weird.
He
than
watches
normal.
too much
I mean, it
anime.
was
And
less
I could
weird,
have chose
so
to
it was good.
bore him
No.
incessantly with like all of the things that I am.
well, now I used to live in Seattle.
Came out dominant in my family of gingers. So yeah.
Anyway,
All right, listen up for just a moment. I'm going to let you finish. I have to step away for just a few minutes. Please continue to behave, panel. I'll be right back.
And I'm going to jump off too. But Bad Gemini, I wanted to welcome you. I'll take over.
Look, check it. I was quiet intentionally because I wanted to see how many times could you crash the same plane. Because once it's landed, I didn't think it could take off again and crash again. But apparently, a plane can crash, take off, and crash again. So
you might have the wrong
plane.
analogy, but I do like it though.
But Taper,
Bad
I got
Gemini.
something for you. And wait for everybody else to finish. Just hold on a second. I just need a minute.
Yeah. And in addition, I mean, the fact that we have to share the Gemini name, you have to be the good one. If you're a good Gemini, we need to have a terrible Gemini moniker because what
I'm
I
a
just
Gemini.
witnessed there. How you doing, Mel? In the Cold Truth, I like that. That's the last part of your name because I have to give good Gemini the Cold Truth.
That's my channel name, yeah. Cold Truth.
Yes, and he needs the Cold Truth right now. That was terrible, but it was for fun. So I give you that because you did have good points. You asked
Bad Gemini.
Time out. You see, I was going to build you up, and you switched to good Leo. I was going to say that you had key questions related to the topic that she's interested in, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you did bring everything back to topic with what she liked. You got a book recommendation. So what you did is you kept the conversation going when the audience or the chat was against you. You ignored that and continued to engage in conversation. So that was a plus. So I'm not here to just to destroy you completely. There was balance in that.
So, okay, well then could you change the word from terrible to maybe a little bit more something constructive? Because I don't think that was terrible. I mean, terrible to me is...
No, you're right.
You tried to relate to me, but you
No.
also stayed true to what interests you about the true crime genre with knowing what all I've just talked about with like, obviously, like
Correct.
I'm into the profiling and understanding the human condition and things like that. So most of my reading is from psychologists and genealogists and geneticists and things like that. So that's like, but you were able to stay genuine, and I can't fucking stand that. I went on a date with this one dude, and he just started like everything I said. He was like a little like, he just kept, oh, I love that too.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, well, what's your favorite country song?
Yeah.
That one by Garth Brooks. Oh, which one?
Yeah. Super fake and agreeable.
Yeah, and it's like, man, that dude's gonna get in a relationship where he's tricked someone into thinking that he's everything that they are. Where I know the signs of like, yeah, we don't have that much in common. Get lost. But he was the one that wanted to. That's why I was like, when that jujitsu guy came, he was like trying to get, like, what in a weird world? This is our first date, dude. I met you here. I am not going back to your apartment for you to teach me how to do jujitsu. I'm like, get me out of here right now. I'm leaving. But yeah, it was like the men shouldn't do that. Like, be you, and then. So you did stay true to you, but you try to be relatable so that we could have something to talk about. And I think that's appreciative, but you have to stay authentic, which I think you did with the books.
Okay.
But people don't. They'll just become like, and women do it too. I'm not saying just men do it. I'm just happen to be a woman. But like, I see women do it, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, what if you guys get married and then all of a sudden you become who I know you are, and then you're going to expect them to not feel absolutely betrayed by you? Like, that's really shitty. And I see a lot of people doing that to each other. They put on this front, this like facade of like,
the first 6 months of the
Mel, Glenn, can I apologize? Mel and Glenn, I want to apologize to Taper, right? You said don't use the word like terrible. You're right. I won't use that because you did a good job. But I just want to, so I have to have a certain distinction. I'm gonna let you know you are horribly terrible. So it's not that you're terrible, you're horribly terrible. So let me.
Gemini, come on, my man. I like you.
Listen, Gay Leo. Why do you have to bring up her following count?
I put a lot of.
Glenn, your mic is messed up.
I know. Right. Just listen. This is for Taper.
I'm listening. What's up?
We can't hear whatever's happening, Glenn.
Yeah, he's not saying anything.
I think he's trying to play something.
Yeah.
It's not working.
Damn it.
So let me just tell Gay Leo real quick. Why do you always have to bring up about the subscriber counts? Like,
it's
I
a sense of humor, bro.
To talk to
Taper, I try to make you a
humor,
song.
Man.
I try to make you a song about speed dates. All right, it's a quick little AI thing. Just try to make leave you with something.
Email it to me.
Positive.
Okay. No, and for real, guys, speed dates are weird because I have people watching me and people watching me tomorrow, and I don't have that on a normal date. And also, she's taken. So, I mean, I think you guys do take these speed dates a little bit too seriously. I think
you were good at criticism.
I think they're hilarious.
You called me Gay Leo, and I don't appreciate that.
Said. My bad. I thought that's.
Yeah, learn how to read, punk.
Taper, this is banter. This is banter for me.
Learn how to read.
Like for me, like unless you're in person, that's not a date. But
I would not. That to me is like, no. That to me would be. I would describe that as like in college when I was in a library and I run into a girl with like a similar book that I'm reading. And that's like a good segue to like maybe get a girl's number or something. But and like I really think because a lot of people have been hard on me on every speed date I've had in the vinyl community, and I'm trying to tell these guys like this is just for fun, and then this is to maybe give the VC an example of like maybe how I could interact with a girl or whatever. But then also, I mean, the VC has their own episode this coming Saturday, and I don't know what's going down for that episode. But I guess maybe I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in here before maybe that happens. I don't know that I'm calling in because I'm actually going to be live streaming.
Okay, anyway, thank you.
No, Base Oracle, your opinion is always welcome. We understand that you don't like anybody on this panel except for you think that you should, you are king shit. I'm sorry, Base Oracle. You should just change your name to King Shit. Could you just do that for all of us?
He already did, but he only uses that on Sundays.
Okay, well. Like I said, I didn't want to pull an all-nighter. We are getting close to midnight my time. Everyone, thanks for your time. Bad Gemini, thanks for your constructive criticism.
I have read that book.
Taper, I'm going to tell you one good thing, though. Honestly, it's a good thing. No,
well, it better be good then.
Not towards you. No. Truthfully, I'm being honest.
Okay.
Would you really want to date a woman that knows how to murder you in 101 different ways? So,
you know what? Bad Gemini, to be real honest, that might be the only girl for me. So,
I mean,
that might be.
I like that. I like that he said that.
All right. Okay,
That's
guys.
hilarious.
It's been real. It's been good.
You
Shout
got
out.
one answer right.
Yeah, sub to the Pumping Vinyl channel. Shout out to the vinyl
Sub.
community.
Get your subs up.
All right.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Wow.
Yeah, Mel. I'm not a troublemaker. Yeah.
Well, that's
I
not a
just
good
embrace
start.
it. I'm not a troublemaker. I just embrace it. No, I think it was an effective speed date. Like if your guy was watching, honestly, your guy probably enjoyed watching it. Have him go watch that and say, how was it his first time he met you? Because it couldn't have been that atrocious. But anyway, that he's gone,
No,
so
no,
he's not here to defend himself.
her guy's like, see what's out there? That's right. That's why you stay here.
Exactly.
We were
That's fair.
actually just
Exactly.
talking about this the other day of there are, like sometimes it does benefit to be single, like online, and to have that persona. And he's like, I'd have been fine if that was the route you went, as long as like I am in on it. But I'm like, yeah, that's just like, but he doesn't like this world at all. So, and we have a very unique relationship.
So one of the things I wanted to bring up is, right, this was, the name of it, Crossover Manosphere Meets True Crime. And we brought up fear and kind of going into government and these other things, fear and division. So do you see a connection with the Manosphere or parts of the Manosphere with that? In terms of division, fear tactic?
I think I don't. It just is the Manosphere with all the pills.
Yeah, they have a whole bunch of pills. They're pill poppers.
Yeah.
Okay. I hate labels, and like then you're just like stuck to this like I don't know it's like the 10 commandments of being a blue pill or a red pill or all the other pills I don't know about, or the Manosphere. I don't really understand like the terminology other than to say like it's human nature to want to find people of like mind, but sometimes by not putting yourself out there or meeting other people, you're just in a constant cycle of staying comfortable, and you don't really grow at all with staying inside of like this one particular group of people that agree with you, or to be able to learn how to have an adult conversation that doesn't resort to, well, you look, I get comments and it's just like, that's funny. You look like a Cabbage Patch. I've got like, that's like one of the digs I get, or, something about the way I look. And it's like, that's hilarious. I can see it. And then people like, they don't know how to deal with that. They're like, well, I just like told her basically like, she's ugly. Like she looks like a Cabbage Patch. And then she laughed about it and was like, oh my gosh, I could totally see it because I have brown face. Or
Is that the worst comment you've gotten, do you think?
Oh no, there's more. There just weren't. That was like the PG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. I don't know what the hate that comes at you is like.
Yeah, I get accused a lot because there's one particular guy that's in the true crime genre that's actually going to end up. I'll end up covering him one day when he actually succeeds at murdering someone. So his go-to is, I'm a jilted lover. I mean, he's gone really far to make up stories about how I want him and like I have a smelly vagina. I was like, literally affects me zero. Like he had people coming and being like, oh, it's smelly belly. I was like, what the fuck? Like if anyone believes that about me, I could give two shits less. Like
you should tell them, look, if you're gonna break into your house and smell your dirty laundry, at least
I've met him one time at a court hearing, and he looked like a homeless person. Just showed up to court. Like it's like, what are you doing? This is a court. This is like.
Oh, this someone in real life, not online.
Well, we both live in Indiana, so we were both at a court hearing, and when I had told him, the one that stole from the victims' families that I help, and they're in here right now, commenting on my, like they're my friends now, they're my family, and I told him, if you steal from this fundraiser for them, I will go level 12 psycho on you. I will be your very own Beth Dutton online. Look her up. Like, when you cross people that I love and stealing from murder victims' families is like, you're fucking done. And so it turned into this whole, like, I got his criminal history. And then as I start realizing that this goes back, he's like, I don't have access to it, but juvenile record. And this guy is a bone, like, he's been assessed. And like the report redacts the part out about the actual diagnosis, but this guy is a violent, like, I mean, he is a repeat woman abuser, which is why one of the main reasons of why I'm here. You know, my friend was murdered by one of these mofos. So yeah. And then people started reaching out, like victims of his started reaching out to me privately. And there's so much I know about this guy that I don't ever say. I mean, he's just a complete psychopath, and he's in the true crime world. He threatens to kill me on a weekly basis. You know, it's just like,
well, the question is like,
you're not gonna threaten me out of telling the truth about you.
If this stuff is substantiated, why is he not behind bars?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on the run currently. He's got a warrant out. Probably gonna have.
I mean, if he has these victims, why haven't these victims come out and like gone towards like gone for legal action?
That's the sad part.
Because like if they arrest him, he can't do nothing. He's behind bars.
Yeah, they'll put him. The local law enforcement, he's a menace, so they'll put him in for. I mean, every other jail he's in and out. You know, like he'll get out for a year.
What I'm saying is, like, if there's a credible like accusation, and they would trust me, they're not going to let him out if they have something that they could hold them for. Yeah. So that's what I'm curious, because I'm always very weary when I hear about like accusations that don't go to the police. And it's like, well, wait a minute. You're willing to tell everybody else and their mom this, but you don't.
No. These are just private conversations.
I'm just still you instead of the police. Like, you can't do anything to protect them so much. You know what I mean? Like,
that's what pisses me off, is to see the police report the worst. It's like, oh, you know, well, she's not credible. And that's the sad part. Is one of them is a minor, you know, and for what happened to her one day, I'm trying to help her the best way I possibly can, but you know, like, I know I live in Indiana, and it's like small town Indiana, so there's a lot of like law enforcement that really needs some better training, and we've had that with that Me Too movement. You know, like, it could have been really good, but it got taken advantage of by women that really should have been prosecuted when it was found out that they were lying.
I'm still waiting for that to happen,
and it ruins all of the victims that are actually victims, because society just puts them in that category of, oh, you know, you're just a jilted lover, like you're just out for revenge, like you're, and you know, like, we still live in a society, unfortunately, like I was saying earlier, about normal, like when college boys, when they start labeling as necrophiliacs because they like to have sex with passed out women, things are going to change. You know, that's going to stop happening. It's not going to be a cool thing to do. You know, there's just a lot that you think we've come a long way, but we really, really haven't, because.
Well, nothing's new. Like, nothing's ever
There's
new.
Nothing new under the sun, really.
No, everything is just repeated. It's like people are like, well, the game has changed. No, it hasn't. It's just the way that you play it's differently. Before, we used to play with board games. Now everything's digital. So it's like, it's the same game, just a different platform.
I tell women, don't ever ask for a forensic psychologist to do your interview. Someone that is trained in picking up the nuances that you cannot fake. When you are a victim of rape, a victim of non-consensual sex with your boyfriend, you know, like, things like that happen all the fucking time. Women, I've literally had to tell women of, like, that's rape. If you woke
You
up,
gotta
I
watch
don't care
that
if it's your
word.
boyfriend.
Yeah, you gotta
We
watch
say
that word
grape
on here
around
a little
here,
bit.
like grape drank, like
Yeah, you
grape
don't.
drink.
You can trigger TOS and stuff,
Yeah,
so you don't want to
TOS,
use the
terms of
hard
service.
TOS.
R.
YouTube will get really mad and they shut things down.
Shadow ban.
Yeah.
You will get
Yeah.
shadow banned quickly.
I,
So we
yeah,
like
people say that, but like I literally, that's what I talk about. Not my channels doesn't get demonetized almost all my stuff.
well
My
'cause
thing is
we're
I
like,
respect what you're saying. Like I'll say great because I'm in a sphere that's not mine, but I think it's demeaning to victims to
I
call
think
it
it's also the
anything other than
context.
what it is.
Yeah, I think it's the context in which you're using it as well. But I think if you are also overly using it, like if we just sat and had an entire show
Yeah.
about it, it might be a little different. But if the
Yeah.
word kind of cues in every now and then, I don't think it's gonna shadow ban me like per se. And I have enough shows with enough stuff that probably shouldn't be on there anyways half the time anyway. So I'm not concerned about it, especially in the context that she's speaking. So
Yeah.
and media hits, no, we don't like talking about that stuff, but her show is directed towards, crimes and things in which this is the nature that these crimes happen. And over
And
here on
I
my side,
advocate
we're not.
awareness because a lot of people just like,
Mel, I had a question for you. Like how many accusations do you think are credible for SA? I'm not going to say it, but or grape that actually get through. Like, because there's a lot of people like what they say. Like, some people say that it's like less than 2% are false, and that's like the statistic they go off of. And do you think it's really that low, or do you think it's more probably like 50-50?
no, I don't.
You don't think false accusations?
That it's what people want to hear, and so those cases of those particular types of women who, that's why I'm saying it needs to be criminalized to do that, and you're going to find a lot more people not doing it, because I think it's the worst thing for what I advocate for. I volunteer at Sheltering Wings. I know what victims look like, and there's trained professionals that can, like I said, when you tell your actual story, they can pick up on all of the different things that can add validity to those stories, so that we don't end up with a bunch of fake accusations just to ruin someone's life because you're pissed off at them. Like, that's the worst kind of human that does that. Like, I can't stand
It won't
that.
happen, by the way.
But it is
well, because there's no consequence
inflated
to it,
because it fits an agenda. And
well, I don't necessarily think it's inflated.
Scary place for actual victims. And then the whole question.
Dr. Eric Nelson did do a study on this, though. That was fascinating. And they used the Air Force, actually, from the study from 1965 all the way to 1995, and they looked back at all the SA and alleged rape cases, and he ended up coming up with a 16-point model or 16-point test after going through all these cases, and he determined that from all the information that provided, 20% of those cases were absolutely legit. Anywhere between 30 to 40% was unknown, like there was not enough information going one way or the other. And then anywhere between 40 to 50%, they determined that either the person that made the claim admitted to be lying, or that they were proven to be absolutely false. So I still think that the percentage, just based off that metric, just like going from that, I don't think it's really as low as 2%. Now, maybe it's only 2% that actually goes through the court system and actually gets prosecuted and doesn't get weeded out through the process. Because, first you go to the police, they do their assessment, they do their investigation. If they find anything credible, substantial, they refer it to the prosecutor. At that point, the prosecutor determines whether or not it's worth going to trial for. There's a process there. So maybe by the time that they actually go to court and actually sit in front of a judge, maybe it's 2%. But from the initial standpoint, I think it might be closer to 50, especially with the amount of in recent times, since the bastardization of Me Too, how that movement was ruined by a lot of these false claims,
or not understanding the I don't want to get too personal, but like there are things that you don't know what you don't know, and like when a father figure is like, you shouldn't have been there. Why were you dressed like that? You're not allowed to wear those clothes. Why were you at that party?
Shaming. Yeah.
And so there's a lot that goes into unreported is probably the highest percentage of all. But I, like honestly,
that would go for both men and women, correct? Though, because a lot of like most most
underreported by men,
absolutely,
that's higher. Because and you also got to think about the body's normal reaction especially for men, and then that guilt of I must have enjoyed it somehow, and the shame from no one telling them that like that is just your body's response. It's not consent, Well,
I feel bad for the guys in the UK because like they won't even count it as grape or anything if it's not done by a guy. I mean, their law literally says it's grape is a penetration with the penile. So unless the woman has it's not grape. So,
but Glenn, I'll say this with American culture, I think part of it is there's still a bravado with a guy. Like, just imagine you being 16-year-old, the whole cougar thing, and you get a 30-year-old woman. Like, that's the best thing. Like, these guys are not seen like that. Even if they're groomed, they're like, I'm going to my friends. I'm in high school. Look what I got, the soccer mom. I'm the best guy ever. So that's part of it, is how the culture sees it. So they can't see what happened in the negligence, right? So they're just seeing it like, I got street creds and props from all my guys, when this woman had every intention of grooming you and doing all things.
Well, that's what these teachers are doing.
Hold my car. Right? I'm
labeling those women appropriately. They are.
I mean, that's the real problem right now with the schools.
Pedophiles.
That's the real problem with the schools right now. I mean, since the beginning of this year, I think I have read at least 7 or 8 stories of teachers, female teachers, who had sex with their male students, minors, and either getting pregnant from them or something. And these kids are now on the hook with child support. I mean, I have yet to see any of these women get, severely disciplined in the fact, like, prison time or having, like, it just seems like they get fired and then they're under investigation. I think 2 of them just got a house arrest or some form of probation. And I mean, if this was a guy back in the 90s, or the 80s, when guys were all over being horn dogs, whatever you want to call it, like, those guys were like, you couldn't even pee at a park at night without catching a stupid charge and getting you on a registry, but a woman could grape a young teenage boy because her husband's not making her feel a certain way and she wants to feel good about herself, and now that boy's life is just wrecked
and they don't even know it.
And you're right. I think, Bad Gemini, you're right. It has to do with this. Like, we don't look at that as that serious as we should.
Same reason men don't report domestic violence.
We don't look at that scenario as something that we should be upset about and fight on behalf of our sons for.
Well, and I raised the question, and I'm not saying it's right, but some of those young teenage boys who have that going on with like an older woman, something that happens, usually like in a teacher scenario or something like that, like some of them are kind of proud of themselves. They don't realize that it's not okay.
Right.
You know, and I think that's where, you know, the piece of it comes in is like, you know, the victim portion of it, it doesn't even realize that they're a victim in that instance. And I'm not saying that that's right.
But man, when a male teacher does that,
right? It's
but why is this at all surprising? Just given the nature of men and women, I'm not saying it's good either, but I'm talking about the differentiator that women are and are looked at as the more vulnerable, weaker physically in ways sex. So it's no surprise, right? Like this isn't a shocker.
Yeah, and they're not treated fairly within the judicial system or the corrections. You know, that's just the truth. But it's also of I don't know. A lot of women want like equality with men, and I'm just I can do what you can do, and not you know, and like all of this weird stuff.
The laws don't even want that.
I don't even
want that.
They don't want equality. They want superiority.
It's not based in anything but low self-esteem, in my opinion.
Well,
but
so I think societally,
there's definitely different, and a man could kill me, you know, and I could kill him if I had some certain weapons. But just the power dynamic there is off. But there are also like men don't. Like they don't, oh, I can hold her. And I can, you know, like she's not. And then you got Sarah Boones that pop up. Like, you know, I mean, there's a lot of women that kill men in domestic violence, but it's just not talked about as much. But it's very prominent and it's becoming more prevalent too in society.
Well, think about it though. Men should be
murder their kids.
Well, no, I agree, but men are the more powerful in ways and therefore more accountable. And therefore it's looked at more as a man that if you got killed by your woman, that was you not using good discretion, judgment, this type of thing. Whereas it's not that way the other way around. I mean, there's parts of it, but it's not to the same level. So you're right, we don't hear about it as much because men are disposable in many regards compared to women.
Well, or are men getting weaker and women getting stronger?
That's
or
what I have to say. Men are weak as victims.
Yeah.
How are women able to completely take over men physically?
It's been conditioned. It's been conditioned. It's been conditioned. We've been doing this over time. Like you guys were talking about earlier about like MMA and fighting and stuff like that. Base said, like, you know, you could go on a run and, you know, get that exercise, get it out of your system. Yeah, you can. But see, I believe that young men need to learn to master violence. I think mastering violence is important for all young men. Be understanding your capabilities, understand to defend yourself, and how to defend those that are going to be under your care at some point in time, like potentially a wife and children. You know, I think that is like, I think like before you get married, like if we're still going to have the state-run marriage, it should be like, look, hey guys, did you pass the physical? Can you defend? Like that should be a requirement before marriage, just like women and cooking should be somewhere on that list. But you know, that's just my personal opinion. But I think as men, we have to. I think as men, we need to be able to defend the ones that we love.
Well, I mean,
and part of learning that is learning how to master violence, learning how to control yourself in a scenario that is high stress, high conflict, but also administer the necessary amount of violence just to neutralize your threat, and that be enough. And see, what we have is a lot of these kids, they don't want to fight. They're too scared to fight. So what do? They'll get a weapon. They'll shoot somebody. You know, they do something ridiculous over name calling. You know what I mean? Like it's over the most pettiest things. You know, back in my day, I'm pretty sure Jim and I's day too. You know, you used to go knock it out, and that'd be the end of it.
But don't we? I feel like we've just gotten so weak-minded and weak physically in so many ways. Or I mean, people get offended by a bottle of syrup. People get offended by like a picture on a book. People get offended by just fucking anything these days. Like there's not like there's this just huge weakness test like that everybody's failing miserably. And
Sarah, your headphones offend me. They're too white.
Exactly my point. Like or just simple little like you can't even just have an opinion. You can't even wear something. You can't even I mean, we're in a day where it just feels like there's nothing you can do right, and HR is going to be all over your ass no matter what.
I want to
The
respond
question
back
is,
to
when do we
Glenn
get
real
to the
quick
point
on
where
that,
we
too.
just don't care? When do we get to the point where we just don't care who we offend anymore? Because that's going to be the next step. Because at some point, like you're going to start offending the ants and the insects.
Now it's going to be a competition to see how many people you can offend the most.
I'm offended by people that get easily offended. You can't work with people like that because they're always going to interrupt. Like, it's she. It's she. Like,
Tapper.
Go away. Like, you are literally just an antagonist, and you don't actually create anything that is worthy of the divide of just you're. And I have friends that are lesbians when this started, like they're in their mid 60s, so when you hear from them, they're appalled at what's happening right now.
Really?
We didn't do all of that work we did that for equality, not for oppression. That doesn't give us a right to for this like this major swing. And I have friends that are transgender who are also out there outraged at what's happening because they know what like I think about that. Like if I was born in today's day and age with the kid that I was, who I was forced to wear dresses because for religion, but I had a boy haircut. I played with I had dolls. I'm like trying to talk my brother in. I'm like, let's throw the dolls off the roof. Like, let's send them on your zip line just so I could play. Let's the dolls in the ring and like fight the GI Joes, because that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to play with those things, and I wanted to I talked him into. I'd already gotten all my Christmas presents because my mom made me collect dolls that I'm literally terrified to this day of. But like, I wanted it was like Hulk Hogan, and it had sand in the bottom of it, and you like blow it up and it was like a punchy bag that would come back up. It was like this big thing that came out, and I wanted it so bad. So I talked my brother into like, let's get that like for your Christmas. And like, imagine if my parents were this like wokey babies and things like that. If I would have been miserable as a man. Like I just liked that was what I was at the time. But like I'm not like, if they would have just ran with that, like I would have been a really fucked up person.
We actually had
a relation between. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, we actually had a whole show on the tomboy versus beauty queen concept.
Oh,
because
really?
it became like a big Twitter hit recently with the I think it was Hannah Barron. But we discussed that a lot about how most women, when they were like younger, most of us actually enjoyed doing like dude stuff, and I had a short haircut too, and I played in the dirt and did all of those things, but it doesn't mean like we didn't want to be boys. That's just what we wanted to do. That's where our interest levels were. But
now I'm easily offended though, because when I look at somebody like Weirdo John, and I'm like, you're the reason that we don't have Game of Thrones, because you wanted to be out here. And anyways, Mr. Snow, I'm hopefully we can have a spinoff for you. I don't know where your sword is. I don't know where your fox fur quilt is. It's not with you, so I'm not bothered by you. And the fact that Mel Cold Truth wants to be here, Velma off of Scooby-Doo, but she wants to be the new version with dark hair. It's like we need to reinvent Velma. Forget the light hair. We're going to keep the sweater, but we're going to make her a goth. That bothers me. Then the fact that I have to look at Glenn Lawrence, right? And he looks like a retired radio shock jock, right? He just can't get enough. He's here and he's
Can't
coming
stop,
with
won't stop.
vitriol. He's trying to hold it. And then Sarah, the Raging, she's being sophisticated, yes, but the amount of times I have to watch her put lip gloss during a show, at least 15 retouch-ups of her lip gloss, all of that is offensive. Base Oracle, the fact that he pretends to be Eminem's brother and he has no rap talent at all, that bothers me. So when we're in this offensive, yes, I'm offended by a lot, but I will say this real quick. I think what annoys people is you can offend people, but it's policed. We have these certain people. It's okay for Howard Stern to be a jerk, Charlemagne the God to be a jerk. Back in the day with Rush Limbaugh, right? And so people get frustrated because it's like you're saying Cat Williams, these people can be offensive. The rest of y'all, we need y'all to be in line, uniform, and you have to be political. But then we're looking as regular citizens like, what the F? You got these people who you put at the Mount Rushmore of offense, and we feel the same way, and we can't speak on it without getting canceled. So I think that's my whole thing. That pisses me off when they're talking about offense, because you're showing examples of it, but saying these people can do it and you can't, even though you feel the same way. And so we need to get past that. If it's going to be a wild, wild west, I don't care if you're a regular person or you're a superstar. Hey, let's go at it, because their word should not be more valuable than mine when we feel the same way. It's stupid to me.
No, I agree with you. I agree. I think it is stupid. And, they ruined the word tolerance. Like, tolerance used to mean like, hey, you know what? I'm agreed to a disagree. We could argue, we could have our opinions, but I'm going to still treat you like a decent human being, like my neighbor. I will fight for you if need be, as I hope you would, in me. But no, tolerance now means like, oh, you don't accept my worldview? Well, you are, toxic. And I'm like, you know what? Well, then if I'm going to be toxic, then just let me be the ambassador of toxicity, because if being toxic means being true, being honest, not playing make believe or falling for the lie that you want to fall for, then that's great. Let me be toxic. I'll be toxic over here. We'll make toxic cool again.
I just don't like your 8K glasses. You know what? Let me put on my regular. I got 4K glasses. You wear your 8K glasses, Glenn. I'll put on my 4K.
I will. It's cool. It's like movies.
Weirdo, we haven't heard from you. Go ahead. I just want to know, okay, what you did.
Okay, now we're really in the Matrix.
Yeah, I heard Weirdo got kicked off some panels.
No, snap!
Oh yeah.
What panel did you get kicked off of?
Are you talking about Torsha?
Oh, is that where you got kicked off?
How do you get kicked off with Torsha's channel?
Really? She's the most tolerant of them all.
I was going after secular ethics, and she didn't like that very much. Said I raised my voice, but I literally was talking like this the whole time. So it's all right. I thought it was in good fun, but she copyright striked my video because I mirrored whenever I can't pop down in the panel or whatever, just my section, and she copyright striked me.
You're still allowed to have it. You can fight that battle because as long as you are on screen, it's your intellectual property as well.
Right. And
Damn.
I did go grab an orange pop. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
and were you dual?
Go bury a body.
Were you were you dual streaming off of her StreamYard?
Yeah, or whatever. Yeah, I just clicked the stream this to your audience or whatever.
Oh, yeah, that's not copyright that she allowed it. It's not copyright.
Yeah, so now I got a copyright strike. So thank you, Torsha.
You
couldn't
can
handle
fight
it. couldn't handle the truth.
You can just, I would send her a quick message and just let her know, like,
I mean,
hey,
because she could have just asked me, and I would have taken it down. She didn't have to strike
yeah.
it.
I would just reach out to her, send her. She's pretty logical and easy to talk to. I would just reach out to her and just say, hey, you copyright struck my stream from the other night, but I was dual streaming off of yours. Is there anything specific you like I need to adjust to it or whatever? That's what I would do. Because as long as they allow you to do it, it's not copywriting, even more so. Because so you have to check that box for somebody to dual stream.
I didn't even know that was possible to dual stream.
Siege, I'm not dual streaming right now. I'm not streaming to my
Yes,
channel.
you can.
Oh,
like
is that your hint
here,
telling me that you want me to do it? Okay.
Do you see the button that says stream this to your audience? Is that
I know. He does it all the time. There's actually a whole bunch going on because I actually linked up my Twitter, and actually there's actually 9
it's
people.
like everyone, like every so often I like to just like not dual stream and just keep it independently on the channel that I'm like at, like as like I'm a guest there. Like I don't, it's but every so if I don't do it, like I know I can do it, I just like either like I just want to focus all the traffic here and not have it pull away or whatever, or I'm just being lazy and I don't want to do it.
I'm just trying to
but
get
it works both
time.
way though. If you have a big audience, you can draw them, because Sarah's an amazing person, and so the thing is, she's too cool. Like they're not here to see me, so I'm I'm one of those people. Let's be honest, us guys, we're chilling here. They're here to see two people, because we can say whatever we want to say as men. We can have the most insightful conversation. We could be upstanding citizens and have great backgrounds. But ultimately, when these viewers come, they're always going to be googly-eyed over Sarah and Mel, the Cold Truth, right? And so we contribute as we want. Now, Glenn, you may have some fans because you have like a little bit of a bad A complex. Weirdo John, the gamer community may like you, and you may have some people who buying gaming chairs right now just so they can get your little handle name and play you later in a video game. And for Base Oracle, you may be all right because you may be somebody's dark memoirs fantasy, the lifestyle of a secret murderer. But it doesn't matter what role you play. All I know is they're here for Sarah and Mel the Cold Truth. With all that said, I do have a question for you, Mel the Cold Truth. So what drew you to this whole true crime thing? Because I'm foreign to all this. Do I know about it? Yes. Are there tons of podcasts about it? Yes. But what's that one thing that just like, ooh, this is where I want to go? Because I don't want to go that route. So what caused you to go that route?
As a man, you should, because it instantly get credibility over women in the true crime genre. It's like reverse there. It's like a reverse of what you're saying here. But my aunt was murdered in 1985, and I'm a curious. Before Google, I had questions I would write down and go find the answers at the library. So when she was murdered, it's like, why did this stranger like kidnap her, murder her, come to her funeral, make a big scene, put a rose on her coffin, and then go in the woods and kill himself? Like why did that happen? And so it was that curiosity of understanding the human mind and like how people end up that way. And then, so I think there's a lot of people in true crime because of a type of philia, like in the DSM. Huh?
Like herbistophilia?
Herbistophilia, and then other where they're this is like a fantasy, like, this is like a lead up to like, these are crimes they want to commit. And I found quite a few of them that I've exposed who were those types of people in the true crime community. But a lot of people are here because they've been touched by it. It's affected their life, and no one wants to be in that club of being a murdered victim's family member. But you see, those are the heroes to me of like, Joe Petito, his daughter is murdered, and I would want to curl up and die. I don't even know if I'd get up the next day if one of my children were taken. And so for them to get up and then give back, and to there's so many victims, that the victims advocate that are like that don't do their job. So I've just found myself as this like citizens victim advocate just because I understand a lot about the court system and like the avenues that they need to go for their rights and the things that they have. And so for me, it's like it's ever evolving because in 2009, my friend was murdered by her husband that she was separated from, and it was just really learning about like coercive control and that well, it's your fault if you went back, and like just the understanding the psychology of that, and like that's what led me into this. And then I run a page for a murdered little girl named Shannon Polk, and I run the page on Facebook, and I do for another one too, Dakota Kelly. And I would put all of these like documents together and basically do their job for them to like, this is what you do. You're a true crime YouTuber or a podcaster, and like, will you do this story? And like, here here's your script, you know? And then they're just like, nah. And it was because they're not the names that are going to get the attention. They're the cases that actually could use some awareness, and those families are desperate for anyone to help them because let's just be real, when the media puts the pressure on law enforcement, all of a sudden they start doing their jobs, you know, like it doesn't take a rocket science to figure that out.
Follow-up question, and I know others have questions, but I have one more question before anybody else chimes in. What's the emotional toll? Because I'm hearing you speak in terms of the psychological aspect, the intrigue, but you're dealing with this here. Like, look, I'm a father of kids, and so hearing some of these stories, I know it would take an emotional toll on me, and I'll be like, this is too much for me to handle. And I want to leave it alone. So what's the emotional toll on you regarding these stories and these situations?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And for me, even in other aspects of my life, I'm one that like information to me lessens the anxiety. I know, and I know it's like kind of backwards, but my daughter was diagnosed with a genetic syndrome that is, you know, like it rocked our world, you know. It's pretty serious, and heart and everything is affected, you know, for this poor little kid. And that scared the living shit out of me, and so I went into I had to understand everything, and I became a geneticist. Like I became, you know, I taught myself human genetics so that I could upload her epigenetic profile into my own templates so that I could figure out how to help my daughter. And I learned how to do this is a part of my personality and a part of what I know for a lot of people. Like my sister is the opposite. She wants, I don't want to, if it doesn't exist, if I don't know about it, then it terrifies her but for me, it, in a weird way, it like understanding gives me comfort of I understand, if I can understand that's, and you know,
Gives you a sense of security.
It can literally happen to anyone. Yeah, it's a coping mechanism of like I was channeling in a way with what happened to my daughter and like what we found out and the devastation that caused of living with facts of like I may outlive her, you know, and so I stopped being her mom and I became her, like I was trying to fix it. Like my intentions were clear, but I was ignoring my daughter. And so when I was confronted with that, I still had all of this anxiety and fear. And this is something that I've been doing, you know, since 1985. So to channel like my anxiety into doing this was why I joined some of the true crime Facebook groups. I knew I needed to stop getting a YouTube doctorate in ultrasounds, MRIs, autopsies, like the heart. I mean, I literally went insane, and I still enjoy all of that stuff. It's fascinating, but I'm her mother first, and I was losing my role. And so, but I still needed something to take my mind off of, and it's been evolving, like I've had to learn the hard way of like, this is not safe for me to put myself in this situation with like I was telling you guys earlier about creating a persona. And I spoke with the mother of this victim, a young victim. His father killed him, and it was just out of spite. He didn't want to get away with it. He didn't want her to have his body back. He was a piece of property to him. And I thought, like, I got a group of friends. We built a profile for me to pretend like this what I was. And I got him to do video with me. And the dude called me from jail. Like it became I'm like, that was a hard lesson I had to learn, but I did learn something from it. So I don't consider it a mistake. It's just, we can all like every decision that you make, like, yes, there's plenty of mistakes I made, but if you learn from them and then they become a life lesson that can like literally lead to like breaking through and becoming a better human being. And so, that's kind of my stance on that, if that makes sense.
I kind of want to bring this like conversation back to like what the title was, Manosphere meets true crime. From your perspective, from the true crime sphere, how much crossover do you get from the alleged incel community and true crime? Do you see them in there more as potential threats, or
yes,
victims, or like, because if we listen to a lot of these NGOs, these non-government organizations who have done these alleged sample testings, that community is the most dangerous community on the rise. Forget the Taliban. Wait a minute. It's those guys that don't get sex and that live in their mother's basements are the ones we got to worry about. Do you see that as like a reality, or is there some crossover there you want to talk about?
Yes and no, because some of them, I think that they may be, how do I say this? Uneducated about possibly like autism, and they.
But you would say like autism has been probably overdiagnosed at this point. It was probably underdiagnosed in the early 90s and 80s, but now it seems like everybody's autistic. It's like you picked your nose with your left hand when you ate it with your right finger, you're autistic. It's
socially awkward men.
Yeah. There's a lack of social skills, and then there's autism.
They don't have, they are lacking that like foundation of confidence, and like for some reason, like we're villainizing men that are confident, and then they're all of a sudden categorized as a word of like, just like, you know what I'm saying by that? Like, but there's a difference between like false confidence is so easy to spot, when it's bravado and ego, versus a confident man or a confident woman. I mean, you can just tell the difference. And I think that they think that there are these steps to, if I do A, B, and C, and I look this particular way, then I'm going to get a date. And so this like like, what is it called? Like involuntary celibates. That could create like a real breeding ground. And it's, what's scary to me is their there's upsides and downsides to the the advancements in technology and the World Wide Web and Wi-Fi, and everything, because they can find each other, these groups, and like that has happened with pedophiles for a really long time. They find each other, and then for some reason, like, society has decided to put them all in the same like mobile home park or apartment complex. Like, what is that? What is going on with that? Like, so that's where I see the issue, is that they're finding people that are like, yeah, like, we're the victims here, and like it's these women, and this like it's like such a deep-seated hate that it's because they don't understand why they're not getting laid. Like,
right.
You're not.
I think they know exactly why they're not getting laid. It's the fact that I think it's the reality of that they think that they are supposed to be liked for just are, like, women just are, men have to become, and that's the reality of life. Men have to become valuable. We are the disposable sex by nature. Okay, that was, if you want to say God created that with a purpose and an order, however you want to word it, but it was designed that way. We are crafted that way for a reason. So it just comes with the territory. Women just are, men have to become. And there's guys that don't like that are people that don't want to put in the work for anything. They don't want to have to put in the hard, laborious work to reach a goal. But I'm telling you, any goal that's worth, anything is the goal that you had to sacrifice for and you had to put in work to achieve. So if getting vagina is your goal in life and you're mad because it's not falling on your lap, well, let me tell you, it has never fallen out of the sky and landed on my lap. Never in my life. Maybe for bad Gemini. Never? Maybe for bad Gemini.
Not for me. I'm not built that way.
I can see some of your points, but I also think it's like a really slippery slope when men think that they're disposable, because in my opinion, like,
we are.
It's the truth.
Imagine if men were gone from the earth today. Like, they just all.
There's a group of women out there.
Who's going to be the iron? Like, who's going to be the welders? Who's going to be the plumbers?
That's why we need
There's a group
each other.
of women that want that. There's a group of women that says they don't need no man, and they don't need man. The day that, they have a group of misandrous women that advocate for women to abort their children if they're boys. Like, don't breed any more boys. Like, so no, there is a movement that think that they don't need
really
men.
A movement? Oh my god.
Yeah.
I don't know how impactful that is, really, but
I hope not. I hope it doesn't.
There was that mother that in Texas that murdered her 3 children because she said she didn't want them to grow up to be misogynists.
Ah, Jesus.
3 sons. So it's out there. And
this
so
is out of 300 million. Well, close to
can I say this? The crossover.
I think both sides are bad.
Glenn, I would say, like, if we're speaking, because you mentioned, you brought up a key thing, stand on topic, and I'm like, okay, fine, I'll do that right now. So let me refocus after all my bevies. All right, I'm recalibrating right now. So when we talk about, let me read it to myself like I'm in the 3rd grade. The Manosphere meets true crime. Okay, I'm back. I'm recalibrated. So when I look at this here, I understand one thing. A key word is rejection. And the reason I bring that up is when you see a lot of these crime stories, it does involve regular guys who could not deal with rejection. And it's like, I'll show you, but I want to show them by murder or kidnapping or all these other terrible things. And I think that's the problem. So it goes back if you want to, it's not even necessarily incels. It's guys not in tune to their emotions and not knowing how to deal with them. So the only way they can deal with embarrassment is revenge, but it's like this person who did it was not doing it in a spiteful way. You probably didn't have the qualities or the things they like, and they let you know, and you felt that utter rejection, and you were so pissed that you took it to the next level because of your testosterone, right? And you're like, I'm going to finish this whole situation. So the crossover for me when you talk about the manosphere is some guys go MGTOW because they don't want to deal with that. Other guys who are incels, they get embarrassed and they said, you know what? She rejected me. And because she rejected me, I'm going to show her in the most violent way that she should have never rejected me, rather than learn from that rejection, use those skills, and become a more presentable man for another woman, because you won't strike out 100 times out of 100
I
times.
think
Somebody will like
I would
you.
say I think men are naturally able to deal with rejection more than women. Like guys get rejected all the time. Sarah, how many times have you been rejected?
Not
Ashley?
a whole lot. I mean, there's
Ashley,
some
dear?
in there.
Yes, Glenn.
How many times you've been rejected?
Dude, I was rejected earlier today.
What in the world?
I believe it.
That's funny.
We do still get rejected. It's just maybe not quite as often.
Yeah, so every guy on this panel, he was rejected from birth. Okay, he cried, he wanted that toy, and his mother told him no. Okay, his dad told him no. Like we know the word no.
Who's more
What
likely,
does that do to
Glenn?
make things a better
But
Who's
place?
more likely
what
to
I'm getting
act
at
out
is,
in
like,
violence?
overall, no, but the thing is, it's not being able to channel that violence correctly. They're taught to suppress it. They're taught to, use their words. Well, when words don't work, what happens next, right? So they're not taught how to properly release this violence or aggression accordingly. They're taught to suppress it. Well, it's just like a pressure
It's
cooker.
just the violent, like offenders, or like all men in general. Because I know
I think
plenty
it's
of
like
men that have been taught
it's
accordingly. And act
generalized. I think
accordingly.
it's more
So
generalized.
you think if we had more combat sports, for instance, that
No,
would...
I think if they understand the capability, most people that lash out or they act out in rage, the first thing that they say afterwards is, I didn't mean to. And a lot of it is because I don't think they actually genuinely meant to. They just have never been to express that level of violence. They don't know how far to go. It's like they go from 0 to 1,000, and there's not this, applied only X amount of force. It's like they just blow up. It's just like,
Sure, yeah, but look, the core of it is really, I mean, we're kind of dancing around it. It's not being able to temper anger, right? Even having anger, walking around with anger, walking around with fear. These types of things are, I mean, that's the disconnect, right? Somebody who can't
well, anger
control
is not
their
necessarily a
rage.
bad thing. Like having a righteous anger is a good thing. That means you're passionate
Well,
about something that is like an injustice, and whether it's to you or to someone else, you want to see that injustice, corrected.
well, like I said, temper your anger. So if you
Yeah.
need that to propel you in said situation, then sure. But we're talking about times where I think we're talking about men making somebody a victim, whether it's another man or a woman, based on him not controlling his anger. So, I mean, back to what you were talking about, combat sports. I mean, I don't disagree with you. Look, it'd be good for young men. It's beneficial. With that said, I don't think that's the core problem when we're talking about men not
Well,
being able to control their anger.
I sent you
but
a
it
link,
is like
Sarah, if you want to drop, but it is.
the reason why I bring it up, base, is because a lot of these guys, they go from, again, they don't understand what they're capable of. They have never put it to the test, and so a lot of this time, this is the first time they're flying off the handle.
Hey, Glenn.
And yes, ma'am.
Sometimes take a breath.
I took 2 just now.
So you're saying they don't know how to handle it. So, for instance, I see some of these videos pop up on Twitter, this fight shit. And I've seen some dudes who are relatively big, it seems, in the video compared to the woman. And throw like a haymaker, and he doesn't even affect her, which is mind-boggling to me, where she's just like takes it. I mean, so I don't think that men who aren't trained have a Hulk tendency. Oh, I didn't know I was going to be the Hulk. I don't think that's the norm. I mean, sure, that could happen, but I don't think that's the norm.
wouldn't you say like you did boxing, so wouldn't you say like in that discipline, because like martial arts or any type of a combat related training is a discipline. You are taught to properly use the correct amount of force for the certain.
So let me answer that. So I spent 15 years in combat martial arts, right? All in all, boxing was a small part of it. And with that said, to your point, yes, this was something that definitely got brought up. And I'll tell you, I have sparred with, fought with, etc. Many people who completely lost their shit, despite whether they were 5 years in, 10 years in. And I don't want to say this was, completely common, but it definitely wasn't uncommon. So I've dealt with it as the opponent on the other end. So I'm just saying it's not a fix-all, but in theory, I do agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something that it's not, like I said, it's not a cure-all or a fix-all, but it definitely needs to be something that should not be so deemed negatively in our culture.
Which part? What do you mean?
Well, just like even when you consider like football or any type of like aggressive sport, it comes off as like, oh well, that's just violence. That's just violent, and all these, we just need to get these boys like out of these violent sports. It's like, no, it's not necessarily the sport. It's the individual. If anything, I don't think the sport or the discipline is the problem. It's the individual who it has the problem.
Agreed.
Yeah. All right, let me break this up. Did we decide who is the most likely serial killer on the panel?
I vote for Ashley.
Nailed it.
Yeah. I would have to say Ashley too. Even though I adore her, she's going to be the death of me.
I know, Glenn.
She says it in like a ragdoll childish voice.
Oh, Ashley asked that question. I didn't even see Ashley asked it.
I don't know.
I just watched a documentary on Can Violence Change.
Oh, I did drop that in the chat.
Yeah. But I think it touches on, and you can literally watch the evolution of these men. And there's some where, like their psychopathy and the lack of empathy and like being able, those innate, the things that make us human. When a human is born without them, these aren't the people that I'm talking about. But can violent men change? And like you can literally watch this documentary that's set on a small group of men that are like, I don't want to be this. I don't want to resort to this. I don't want my children to be afraid of me. I don't want my wife, like my wife said she was scared of me, and that's why they're there. And you can watch this group of men. You can easily end up spotting the psychopaths because they don't ever end up getting it really. But there's some that literally just needed someone to come along and break that mold of the trauma that they grew up with, or the way that they were resorting to violence in a way of that was like super unhealthy. But when they learn some things, and you can literally watch some of these men have complete breakthroughs that that literally like changed their life for the better. So like, I think violence is something that there is, like I was telling those two stories of the times where I like that blind rage, that violence that overtook me in that moment of watching my friend getting pushed down the stairs, and I mule kicked that chick in the knee, like in the kneecap. Like I literally with all my force, because of that, just lost it, and like that's not something that I want to like cultivate. Like,
I think that's a lack of understanding violence. That's why I say there's a mastery of violence that needs to be understood. And
you're a goddamn philosopher, Glenn.
Sometimes.
Actually, let me break in for just a moment, just to give everybody a heads up. We'll probably shut it down here in about 10 minutes or so. So if we want to start kind of concluding our points, that'd be helpful. Yeah. Continue, Glenn.
Oh, no, that's all I had to say.
I think sports is like a completely different like thing.
I think there's a difference
in my
between
opinion.
machismo and like I think the guys that have like machismo issues, right? Those are probably like, would you say those are the ones that have that like more prone to outrage or outbursts of violence?
They do play the pipe well.
The dude in the bar
that's good to know, I guess.
Or someone that lacks the ability to communicate properly, and so they resort to.
They never learn how to use their words.
Yeah, like communication is the key.
I think really the machismo, though, I think that's kind of, in my experience, more of a cultural thing. And my sister's fiance is Cuban, and he's very quintessential, like machismo male.
I have no idea what that means, by the way.
So like a macho
A
man.
macho, machismo.
Yeah, like,
you got to be macho, a man's man.
And I legitimately do think that's usually associated or correlated more with the cultural, specifically like with Latin cultures. Yeah, and like his father was that way, and his father's father was that way, and it's like, I am the man of the house. This is the last, my say, and you don't, that kind of thing. So I don't know that I would associate that with violence, though, because I've not seen this man be violent, but I've seen him be very, call it whatever you want, macho, machismo, sometimes a little bit, misogynistic, but
the reason why Ashley, the reason why I ask is because like I noticed that guys that tend to have like this machismo, they don't have confidence. They actually lack confidence, and that's why like their pride or their they get in their feelings. They feel like they have to retaliate, and to prove themselves.
I could kind of agree with you a little bit on that, just in my very anecdotal experience.
I agree, and I don't know if you guys, I do this if I go to a bar or not. I want to find like the back corner to like be away, like have walls behind me, and like not. So I end up people watching, and man, something that always pisses me off is I also see is women winding men up. They're the ones that are like starting the shit.
Yeah, well, they're the catalyst.
A man will like step in for his woman, and then another man will step in for his woman, and they're like, "You're a pussy for not punching him."
Or even
on my behalf.
The competitiveness
is
right now, like the competitiveness as well. That like what is they say like a fight always starts over a girl. Like that's another aspect of that. I think what you're saying.
They're
like,
just that women find men
yeah.
attractive. That like my boyfriend could beat your boyfriend up. Like that's so low level. Like.
It's just
stop acting like that's not sexy to women. Stop it. Women love
I'm
that.
turned on just
women
about it.
love it. Women love hearing the big bad guy on the block who checked.
I find it repulsive as hell.
She was like, "That's my guy." You may find it repulsive until you need your guy to beat up another guy. Because when he gets his tail whooped and he walks away with his tail,
I'm talking about the wine that women do that to men. I know that like. My man, I have complete confidence in his, but I also know that that's not something that he's going to resort to. But I know that if he did, he's going to win.
You're right about that. My ex-husband, I would say, is probably one of the I would admire as far as men go. Never did I question his ability to protect me or his children, right? But I will say that I watched that man walk away from so many opportunities to fight with other men. I watched that man keep his mouth shut when a lot of men would go off, right, and talk shit and get pissed, and that was sexy. I troll half
and the
time,
difference,
but genuinely, like, yes, a real man or a real woman or a real grown-up or a mature adult who is capable.
Yeah, I would say a mature man doesn't need to prove himself. I don't need to prove myself to him. I know what I'm capable of, and if tested, I will display it when necessary. But a lot of these guys are looking for instances to try to display what their tainted understanding of masculinity or what it is to be a man. In these, they capitalize. They look for these moments. They almost even, they create them. They make sure that they're in these environments to where that the likelihood of them being, put in that scenario where they could display this is because that's all they understand of masculinity or what it's to be a man. And it's still they're just still showing how much confidence they still don't have in
They
themselves.
should have just watched Mulan, honestly.
So I got a
Men
closing.
don't like to argue though, because we know we have a higher likelihood of facing death than women. If two women argue, you're not hearing women saying, I'm going to go to the trunk to get this gun because this woman challenged me. You'll hear that with men, or pull out this and that, or brass knuckles. So men try not to get there because we know is typically fight or flight. And so we hate those scenarios because I don't want to be in a daily battle of not just the fight. Is this going to be my life? Women can kind of get away with a little tussle, fighting in a scrap, because you see it all the time. That's why I hate reality TV.
Tit for tat.
Yeah, I hate the reality TV. I'm like, come on, this is how y'all do it? Because men could not get away with throwing a drink in another guy's face and then walking away and thinking it's going to be okay. I don't even want to face those scenarios. So it's different. Now, I know we have to give final thoughts, so I'm going to end it this way. Look, when it comes to Sarah, what she's most likely to kill is a bottle of lip gloss, a whole container of it. So we already understand that.
I disagree. A bottle of Prosecco.
Prosecco. Yes, you already spoke for yourself, so I agree with that. Jon Snow, you're killing a bottle of lotion. We already understand that. We don't have to talk about it. Enjoy your video games. That's easy to understand.
I'm not a nerd.
You don't have to be a nerd to enjoy video games and lotion. But anyhow, so when it comes I'm done. I'm a behave. But that's
your ashy ass. Hey, don't be talking to me about lotion.
I'm done. I'm behaving.
So I got a closing here on this. So I would have liked to get a little bit more into the core. I think there was a lot of correlatives that were mentioned. But the core being that men weakening, just in a general sense, is a weakening of control, right? Their emotions. And I'm going to give this anecdote here real quick, but I actually had this come up today. Probably illustrates part of what we were just talking about. So I'm at the gym. I am going to do flies, so I got a bar in each hand. And as soon as I walk up and grab them, I go to start to do them. Some guy walks up to me. He was a machismo, you could say. He was a little guy that was very jacked, but I see him around. He wants to be friends with everyone there. He's kind of loud, this type of thing. And I have my headphones in, and he comes up to talk to me while I'm in the middle of a set. And I put it down and take out my earphone. I'm looking at him. And he's like, hey, how many more sets do you have? I said, I'm working out right now. Like, you just interrupted me in the middle of a set to ask me that. And he completely lost his shit. He just started spazzing. He picked up a medicine ball and started slamming it on the wall and just.
Is he new to the gym? Like, that's just gym etiquette, Yeah,
I would think. But I've actually had this happen before. I had somebody else bug out. I won't get into that. But anyways, I was just letting him know, what is wrong with you? And I didn't do it in any way, just in the same tone I'm talking in now. And he completely lost his shit. And as far as I'm concerned, he has a weak frame. First of all, I pointed out where you did something that was, like you said, against gym etiquette. It's just social etiquette. Why would you do that? It's more important for you to tell me this right now than for me to do what I'm doing, to finish. So, anyways.
Yeah. I'll give my closing thoughts next. I was here earlier in the chat. I was really, really enjoying much earlier when it was just Sarah and Mel. Mel, I'm subscribing to your channel. I'm the friend that Sarah was talking about, super into all the
awesome.
things. Yeah. I troll and say silly stuff, but genuinely, I enjoyed that portion of the conversation immensely. I fell asleep, woke up, you guys were still going, but then it turned into the typical discussions that we always have, and that's fine. That's fine. Good times. Anyways, guys, keep on being you. Be a man, Watch Mulan. I believe in you.
Next. Weirdo John, did you close out yet, my friend?
I have not. So, good to meet you, Mel. Haven't seen it yourself. I'll check it out. Did you guys discuss at all about why women are so into the crime dramas and the and all that? That's
because it's sexy.
Yeah, there's a certain aspect of that.
I think it's because we know that we're likely the victims of that.
That's actually
And
a really
they
good
get
point.
turned on with
I've
the
never
idea
even
that they
thought
could
about
be
it like
sleeping next to one.
that's a male fantasy, but
maybe it's more to take notes and to see what we're going to look out for when we're walking around, because we typically are the
scare yourself after that.
And we're very mental, psychological creatures. Like, we like to get into the why and the what's behind it and the investigative part of it. Like, it's fascinating.
Like I said, you're here in this genre for a few reasons. Whether you have a paraphilia, like with that in the DSM-5, there's many, but hybristophilia was named, and that is one. Or you were affected by it. It has affected your life in some way. You were touched by murder, and then also the seeing the people that just happen upon the black and whiteness of a justice system in America that's just there's a lot of things that people, there's that's not right, and that's a cause I'm going to get behind, and then to take action. It's a place where when voices are gathered together, you can make true change, and we need some change right now. We swung too far again in society. There needs to be some more balance.
Well, yeah, that's some of my final thoughts. Check out my channel. I make music. I am a rapper, singer, musician. So.
Oh, I'm definitely fucking checking that out.
You did before Torsha.
I'm still waiting for those bars.
I think you
to
need
drop,
to lean
though,
into the
John.
Jon
I'm
Snow
still
stuff.
waiting to hear some
I'm
bars.
just saying.
Don't have him have bars, because I'll put him behind bars for how atrocious he may sound.
I think he's
have
taken
bars.
a couple of bars tonight.
That is true. That is true.
My final thoughts on all this is you know what? It's interesting. I really wish we could have got more crossover in conversation about what we're seeing negatively, either with men in society as a collective, or maybe a subcategory of men, like the incel or whatever, and the crossover between true crime stuff. But one thing I have learned from true crime is that I don't trust a woman making me coffee at all. Okay. I see what them women do with their coffee maker. All right. And if I come over and Ashley or Sarah says, "Hey, Glenn, you want some coffee?" I'm bringing my own Starbucks with me.
That's smart, Glenn.
Oh, I could terrify you. There's some, women are poisoners.
Not just coffee, Glenn.
You will be bringing your own cup with a lid that you hold close to you and never let it out of your sight.
Kind of like a girl at a bar with a drink.
Yeah,
What is
exactly.
that, what is that that new drink thing or cup that girls are carrying?
It's got the cover on it.
Yeah.
The Diva cup?
There you go. Whatever it is.
Stanley.
I'm gonna have me one of those.
Stanley.
Yeah, I think you should get a Diva cup, Glenn.
You'll say Diva too.
Mel, would you like to make your closing thoughts?
Grable always does this, and I suck at it. I just freeze. Thanks for having me. Thanks for venturing into a genre that I know isn't super popular, and there's a lot of hard things, and so I appreciate the way that we even met was a negative thing that ended up turning into a really positive experience. And I don't think they were here before I said this, so they might not have been listening, but hearing Base Oracle when he said that cognitive dissonance with Frank, And I think that you all, when I watched the whole episode, it was like these people, like they had him pretty much pegged and figured out of just like, and was why I ended with that. Like, that's why someone like him, that he may be on a journey of like, hopefully he gets to a place one day where he understands himself and like can put all the pieces together and like figure it out. But right now in the true crime community, that's a dangerous person, you know, that doesn't know himself, and that just goes balls out like wild and does the things that he does. And like, but when I watched the whole thing, I thought you and Glenn, especially, like, and Sarah, you landed one that was just like, yes, like he needed to hear that. I hope he heard it.
Mm-hmm.
And
I definitely wish I would have heard that whole story. Sarah.
Yeah, and like people, let's be open. Like, just listen. Like I don't even know about all these titles, and I'm here, and you guys have been very welcoming, and I appreciate that. And I think it's an amazing place for growth when you put yourself in somewhere where you're not necessarily comfortable, but you do it anyway. And like being uncomfortable can really like bring about like you being a better human in your interactions with other people. And I hope that I can come back on and like not talk about true crime and talk about all of these other things that I have so many questions about.
Oh, all you got to do is hop in any panel, anytime. It's
you was definitely a silver lining in all that, guys. Like, I really had a great time tonight, and I appreciate you having me on. I really do.
Awesome. Well, I first and foremost want to apologize dearly to our viewers, our chatters, and our panelists as well. I had a couple emergencies I had to tend to. Of course, I am a mom, and sometimes the mom's got a mom, and sometimes kids wake up and just have a hard time settling back down, and things like that happen. I try to stream late to avoid these instances, but I can't predict them all. I want to, come out and say thank you to Mel for joining us tonight and being able to allow this crossover. The crossover was more of just merging the two channels and the two different categories, and to see kind of where it meshes out and, what falls through the net from there. But I'm so grateful to have somebody outside of the Manosphere with great talking points and knowledge in a completely different level, and still be able to jive with our crazy panelists that we have over here. And she can handle the trolls. She's able to laugh at them as well. So kudos to you on that one. But on that note, guys, I'm going to leave the backstage open after the outro. I'll still be back there for a little bit. But otherwise, everybody, you can fuck off.
This video was somewhat informative. That's all I got for today. Until next time. See ya.